It is Wednesday, my dudes, which means the critting will continue until morale improves. It is 420, 2022, session number 22. How's everybody doing?
So good.
Oh, so good.
Happy to hear it. We took a week off. We'll be taking another week off after this. But last time, you talked. Anyway, this time, basically, you spoke to Ben and his father, and also Julia, who was there, and Ubo for a little bit, and then the mayor, and everybody shared some things. Everybody had a great time, and learned a little something about friendship along the way. And then some people showed up outside from the old church, from the High Church of Godshold, and from Blackmire Industries, saying that they were here to accept terms of surrender and offer their own terms as well. So, just as they kind of enter the room, just to kind of recap everybody who is here right now.
Oh, yeah, we could.
Ben and his father are here. The three remaining members of the Jade Redoubt, Nathan Hart, Afrakirk, and Indira, are all here as well. The two of them who were outside, entering alongside these other two. Indira was already in here. The mayor, Safmel Sogdank, from the Holy Triumvirate, is here after bequeathing upon you the Chain of St. Rusty. Julia Blackmire is here and is hiding upstairs as these people made themselves known. You all are here along with Jensung and these two newcomers, one of whom Celeste recognized as Elric Thalmar, an Aasimar man, and the High Bishop of the Temple of Life and Death in Godshold, along with a woman that you guys don't recognize, but she is wearing high-ranking insignias, indicating that she is pretty high up in BI leadership. She's a human woman. She's tall, dark brown hair with curls down to her waist, probably mid to late 30s, and she is holding a staff in one hand, which seems to have bits of metal kind of welded and grafted to it. As they kind of come in, you guys see Halvad just kind of like grunts and takes out his big ass like phone book, spell book, and just kind of sets it on the table on top of the portfolio of Byron's notes. Just kind of like leans on top of it.
Yep. Yeah.
They don't seem to have noticed that. He kind of makes a show of it as though he's trying to kind of have a show of force of displaying his spell book.
Yeah.
So the lot of you just kind of, the four newcomers just kind of shuffle in, the two members of the Jade Redoubt, hands on sword hilts. Indira standing behind the chair that Ben is sitting in, also looking, somewhat menacingly at these newcomers. But they seem rather light on their feet. You see the woman just kind of step forward. Yeah, hello. Thank you for meeting with us. My name is Johannes Zek. We are from... Well, I am representing the interests of Zeltenbrach in this negotiation. Mr. Thalmar will be representing Godshold, of course. We want to make this very simple and short. We know you are busy people, and so are we. So we're going to get right to the point with regards to what we're here to speak of. We know that you do not have the food or the equipment or people to maintain a lasting siege on any one of the islands of the ladder. And we know that that is what is going to happen in the coming days, as I'm sure you do as well. But we can make this all very simple for you with no loss of life whatsoever. We are offering to, in fact... BI has made a gracious offer, or at least has given me the permission to make the offer to you of continuing to supply you all with gridliners and food stores thereon for a period of 2 more years, after this, if our terms are met. Namely, the cessation of all sacrilegious behaviors in the entirety of your nation, namely the tearing down of any false idols, is representing the so-called new church. The Holy Triumvirate can remain in place as a charitable organization, but any and all religious idols must be torn down and dismantled, and all practices stopped immediately. And she just kind of looks at the mayor. And Dominic Morris, I believe you know him. He is one of the heads of worship there. You will turn him over to our custody. All of these things must take place within a month, we shall say. So by the 12th of Arc, we will come back and visit with you all and see that our terms have been met. If they are, then nothing more will happen. We will pick up Mr. Morris from you all and take him back home. We can put this mess behind us. Ben is just kind of sitting at the table. What? I think we've made it pretty clear. What part of it do you have any specific question with? Like all of it? Okay. Well, perhaps your advisors can help you see the sense in it.
I mean, for starters, this will still result in bloodshed, just now bloodshed that you guys don't have to directly deal with. Because people aren't going to be happy when their gods are removed. Looks over at the bishop.
He just kind of looks over at you.
Oh.
Kind of squints. Yes, well, worship of false idols has indeed come to a far point here, and it will be difficult to remove these heathen tendencies, but it must be done. Just because you have grown fond of a cancerous growth does not mean that it mustn't be removed. The mayor is just like, take some offense to that last part. As you should. Curious to see one of our own fighting on this side of things.
Curious to see one of my own acting as though following a different faith makes it, seems it reasonable for them to be called cancerous and must be eliminated.
You are a student of history, are you not?
Of course.
You know what happened 1,000 years ago? Who do you think we have to thank for the salvation of our people? And who do you think were the cause of its initial downfall? Yes, well, I'm sure you could have your theological debates all day, but are there any questions about the specifics of our terms? Because if not, we really do have things we should get to.
And this is sanctioned by, just to make clear, this is sanctioned by both the Black Myers and Godsold?
Yes, indeed. This was the arrangement that we were able to reach with them to minimize loss of life on all sides. I think you will find them very reasonable compared to the alternative.
What's the alternative? What
Conquest.
they directly wanted?
Yes, but we are reasonable. Yeah, you're sounding extremely reasonable.
Yeah.
Blowing up a room full of people to start a conversation is certainly a reasonable way about it.
I certainly don't know to what you're referring.
Of course not.
Can I insight check this woman?
Go for it. See how Ved just kind of like starts leafing through his spell book, and Ben just like grabs his hand.
Do you want a tower or
No,
chat?
let's do it in the chat. Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, she's full of shit.
I'm sure you don't.
There is a
And-
glint of recognition in the bishop's face as well.
I know what the bishop, like, he was there during my time. Do I remember his stance on the whole... I'm presuming he's with the High Priestess if he's still there.
He is
And alive.
He was. You don't remember him ever being this directly unreasonable, but stranger things have happened.
But here he is.
Yeah.
Here he is.
I have a question, but I don't think it's the one that you were expecting. You say you have other business to tend to. That is, leaving the islands, right?
Yes, we will be going back home to God's Hold.
And terms must be met by 12th of Arc.
At which time we will come back to Saint Aelith to collect what we are owed, and see to it that our other demands have been met sufficiently.
So, about a month to rip out the religion of those who've just led peaceful lives and basically continue upheaval even though you guys aren't the ones directly doing it. Got it. And is that a we must complete that by then, or that is a yes, we will comply
Well,
to that?
We will give leeway if we see that sufficient measures have been taken by that point. We understand it is a long-growing cult that will need time to be completely rooted out.
And
I think we got what. I think we get it. I think you can get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems simple enough.
They sent the good old bishop of who do you worship? Some of the people in your purview, Baal and Miracle. Yeah, I think it makes sense. So you can go.
Hmm. If you don't mind, what the hell do you want with Dominic? He is just a defector that we need information from. He's been at the camp for years. He doesn't know anything. He's a decent guy. What the... You just mad? Well, he probably has not shared everything with you that he should have, but,
Well, then why don't you share with us?
we have plenty of reason to suspect that he has stolen information from BI and its associates and given it to enemies that work for him. What kind of enemies? We have reason to suspect that he is this figure being called the Cockroach King, and we need to bring him in to ask him some questions. Yeah, alright. He's not gonna go for that, but, well, do your best. And if I don't get him to go along with this, do your best. Great. Cool. Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Yeah, I mean, if he is the Cockroach King, then obviously he'd maybe be a little hard to bring in.
Then it sounds
Wouldn't
like you
you
have your
agree?
work cut out for you then.
It'll be you two coming back on the 12th of Arc?
With some friends, if we feel like it's necessary.
Of course.
It won't be necessary, though, right? You're no better than that. I don't know
We'll
shit.
pick it on the 12th.
That sounded better in your head, son. Whatever. See you on the 12th. He just kind of squeezes the staff and the two of them disappear. Well, that sucked.
Nobody could have counterspelled that? That would have been amazing.
And then
I
what?
could have, but then what would have happened?
yeah.
No, I guess they would have just left. Huh?
Just make it convenient for them.
Would have been kind of mad.
Yeah.
Sure.
And that scares me because I worked with Elric, the bishop that bishop, and
Great.
he wasn't like that before, but the fact that everyone is now just taking a hardline stance, I'm sure to appease the bloodlust that apparently is going on over there now.
Well, if the new leadership has this opinion, it's probably fall in line or be replaced.
Yes, it pains me to
Being
see
that
the
one of
fact
them
that.
got bombed a month back, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure to. If he wasn't secretly, actively hated the new church, the alternative is that this was a kindness in their eyes, or at least one of their eyes. And that's.
This is a kindness to conquest and pillaging of the lands. It's
Oh.
terrible, but it is better than what we were expecting.
Julia just
Sure,
kinda comes
sure,
from
sure.
around the corner. Was that
You hear all that?
Yeah, I did.
Hmm.
Johanna is
Well,
a terrifying woman.
Sounds like we have our work cut out for us.
Now we have a timetable.
Oh yeah.
A month.
We best get to start dismantling those docks.
Yeah, we're pretty underway on that already, but doesn't sound like they're
wait.
going to be coming by way of Gridliner.
Well, if they want to bring friends, then
Depends on how many people they've got that can do shit like that.
that's
Yeah.
fair.
More than we do.
At least 4 bishops.
There wasn't the bishop that was teleporting people around.
Yeah, fair. I imagine they might be at the same.
Caliber.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here. We're not doing any of that shit, right?
No.
No,
Okay.
no.
Oh, fuck
That was-
them.
That was just at best, a kind way to wipe their hands so that way they didn't have directly have to deal with the
They
bloodshed.
can say, at least we tried.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
I kind of want to talk to Dominic now.
I would love to talk to Dominic.
Maybe I'll have him send him a message.
Also, if they're really gonna start. We already knew they were doing propaganda, but if they're really gonna start wrapping up the whole eliminate the cult thing, then we should really think about what we want to put into a speech.
Mm-hmm.
Get the people unified before the.
It might be a good idea to mention that they just came and said all that they just said.
That we will.
Explain.
As we're-
There are larger forces at play.
Yeah. And regardless of what we say or do, it's not like we're gonna have any effect on what Black Myers or Godtold is going to do. They're going to sling out whatever propaganda they want, so just get our own people to understand, I
Well,
guess.
and furthermore, I don't necessarily believe that even if we were to do what they wanted us to do, that it would necessarily that they would have any reason to uphold their end of the bargain.
No.
Matter of fact, I would plan around them not.
Well, yeah, we're gonna plan around not doing any of that shit anyway. It's nice of them to give us the month at least.
How?
If they do.
If they do.
So I have a question. Do you think they have a way of knowing that you have completed or are underway on the task of destroying all of these idols and rooting out the religion?
Well,
Seems like a lot to watch.
seems like it. They can't see inside this building,
That's
at
good.
the very least.
So what if you let them think you were? Take down the symbols in this city. See if we can convince your friend to appear and buy some time or lay a trap for a few important. It's going to
So
go to
long
hell
as-
anyway. Having an advantage when it does. It's not a bad idea.
So long as the people that live here understand that that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And there's the other issue of there's probably already Black Mire agents here that are just going to report in saying, hey, they're telling people to hide their idols. That way we can at least buy time to. Like, it's. I like the idea, but I'm sure that there's Black Mire agents here. It'd be stupid of them not to.
Just a month seems like a very short time for us to be able to
Oh,
amount
we're-
anything remotely looking like a defense.
I think
Yeah,
it's.
I
I think it just puts a timetable on you guys trying to get some friends for us, I guess, and maybe find some resources that we could use.
Yeah, well, we need to talk to Morris. I need to talk to Morris.
Yeah, and I need to get in a room with Mary Mac. Sooner the better.
Yeah. We should
I think.
send a word like today if possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Giving them over Holtela is starting to not sound like as bad of an option.
You need to bargain with her at least, Ben.
Yeah, well, giving a place to live for allies who are going to defend us in an upcoming war reads a lot better than giving over people's homes to a bunch of pirates.
I know,
If I
but
can,
that's just
why
them are not enough.
I just need to get in a room. Yeah, they're not, but it's better than what we have right now.
It is.
Also, I don't remember off the top of my head. One of the siblings in Tycon was a follower of the new church,
Ophelia.
right?
Yeah.
Ophelia. Because we have a month time span, so I highly doubt we'll get there when we wanted to. But maybe someone sends I can't. Well, you have to know him for sending, I guess. But like, just some notification of like, hey, this religion that you follow, they're deeming it a cult and want it eradicated. I can't imagine that she'd be very pleased with that, even though I already know they hate the Blackmires.
I imagine maybe as well they might have sent her a similar urge.
And this is where I would remind you guys that I got a teleportation circle glyph for Mistreach.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I was going to. Could get pretty quickly, actually.
Be there 10 minutes.
Need to talk to Morris here. We need to send over Merrimack. And then I think we might want to get underway.
Yeah.
Collecting more allies best
Another-
and as fast as we can.
There's another knock at the door. Oh, what
Sweet
now?
God.
Oh.
You see somebody walk in, kind of covered in dirt and like bits of snow, like a human man, probably like early 20s.
Mhm.
Oh, hey, yeah, what's up? I just have some word from St. Karzai. There's been another series of collapses. The Temple of the Powers has been locked off for now. There's some things. Oh, good. Celsi, she's fine. She's fine. We're holding up. It's just the weather's
What's happening?
particularly bad.
What's happening?
He just kind of looks at you. In St. Karzai, there's just been some landslides and some quakes because the weather has just been really, really dreadful, and there's kind of a fissure, like a sinkhole in the main temple that opened up and some things started coming out of it, so we just kind of locked them in the temple. Barred it off. Good. Okay.
Seems intentional. Great.
Is there, Not really. I'll see what I can do. Stay in town for the day. Find somebody. Right.
Should we send the people from St. Karzai down to St. Elmo now?
No. I don't know. I might have some... I might be able to... Off right that place is just kind of not solid to begin with. It's worse of the weather, so the ground is not stable. There's caverns underneath the town that occasionally open up. It's uncommon. Some weird things down there. Reascension stuff.
Of course.
Should we go?
If you
Another
want.
time, perhaps.
I mean, if you've
Pre-ascension
got the time,
things
I don't know what
tend-
the time looks like for that, but
I mean, if we can appear in Mistreach 10 minutes, we were given a scroll last time.
How are we on spell slots right now as a whole?
Yeah, that's
I'm pretty good.
That's true. A week off is suddenly a problem.
Yeah, we should maybe not take a week off.
if you guys want to talk
Admittedly,
to Dominic, I'll send for him and have him come to town. He
Please.
will if I ask him to.
Hmm.
Start that.
Well, alright. How long would it take him to get here?
Day and a half.
Okay.
Maybe 2. Bring the weather.
Yeah. I was thinking how long it would take us to fly down to St. Karzai.
With a
Do the thing
hopper,
and come back up.
like 4 hours probably.
That would be a way to come back.
I'm not amazing on spells, but I've got enough to do something.
For the record, usually the stuff that comes up is kind of small potatoes. It's probably just something annoying that's taken over the church. If you wanted to go deal with that, that would be amazing. But also, I would just say, kind of general planning wise, it seems like you definitely want to get to Mistreach at some point, and you definitely want to do whatever it was the folks of the islands wanted you to take care of, so that we're on best footing when I meet with her.
Fuck.
Hmm.
Hey, when was that raid?
It was.
We already did her thing.
We passed it.
Yeah, if you wanted to do the raid, you could still do that, because there was potential for finding some better equipment and stuff as well involved in that.
And
But,
allies that would.
That was
I
going to be
hesitate to
Well-
the 17th.
beholden to us, but
But I did kind of help her out already, so
Yeah, we already did Mira, the other one of Mira's.
so we don't have to do more of Mira's.
Exactly. We already did Merrimax. We just need to do Ed's and Hassan's.
Sounds, yeah.
Hassan's was the thing with the statues,
Yeah.
those bug monsters.
petrification.
Yeah.
And Ed's was bug monsters. Not a particular fan of either of those, but sounds like we should do them sooner rather than later.
Hmm.
I'll admit, as far as spells and equipment goes, I don't think I'm equipped to do both without a break. I burned a lot, whatever the last it was.
Well,
I'm doing.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm doing okay, but to do both, yes, I would be pushing
Yeah.
it.
I have 1/3 and some seconds.
Well, we could do small potatoes, St. Karzire, and use cantrips and actual weapons. And then we could fly on down to Fletcher's Point and do Ed's.
And I am curious of the St. Karzai pre-ascension
Yes.
Oh,
That-
yes.
often has some potency with it. For allies and equipment, perhaps there's something found. Also, if there was, perhaps they would have already found it. I don't know.
Although I would kind of like to stay here until I could talk to Morris.
What
Well-
if you tell Morris to come but not rush? We fly down there right now and do it.
And then just fly back up tomorrow.
You'd probably get back around the same time he'd be getting here, so
Alright.
assuming you don't like die or anything.
Shall we commit to some sort of speech to the people
I think we should. Maybe we do that.
after
come back?
Ed's things? Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna need to take a rest, give a little speech, and then teleport down to Tycon.
Hmm.
Oh wait, no, because we still have to do Hassan's. Do
Yeah, we
Hassan's,
want to do
and
Tycon
then
and
teleport down to Tycon.
Where was Hassan's?
well, we might as well just continue our way because we're like halfway there if we're going to the unnamed islands.
That's true.
So either we go Tycon and we work our way back,
Well, then
or
And at that point, maybe we. Well,
we
should
already
go
did
talk
some
to
stuff for her, but we
Ophelia.
need to really talk to
Yeah,
we
should
need
talk
really
to
need to go
Ophelia
Tycon
first.
and go from there. Because we already did some of the unnamed. We would like to do more, but we already did some, whereas we never even made contact with Ophelia yet.
Yeah, I think we need to put Ophelia's contact on a high priority. And then maybe after we contact her and reach some sort of conclusion there, then either we go talk to the other brothers after that, or we go see the Tao.
which will have information probably for the brothers if they are looking for the
Yeah.
siblings.
Ben, what is your preference? Do you want us to double down on the islands or start Tychon?
Whatever you think you can, whatever will get us people.
I think right now we just probably need to do it day by day, because at this point everything's been dropping in our lap like at random, basically. So
Well, let's go deal with what fate has given us and go to St. Kazaya then.
Okay. All right, I'll send for Dominic.
Yes, please.
And we'll see you back here some time.
We have a stone here, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got one.
Then we'll figure it out while we're out.
All right,
Nice. Fate strikes again.
let's fly down there. You guys head outside. There's snowfall, dark clouds overhead this morning here. Somebody can roll a D.
Sure.
Okay. Wind is pretty favorable.
Ah.
She kind of takes it slow. Safety is assured. Get down to Barzar. By the time you get over Lake Holtela there, the weather is pretty dreadful. It's about noon, but you wouldn't be able to tell it because the clouds are dark and the snow is falling, and there is basically a thunder snowstorm happening over the city. It's kind of a strange looking sight, as the city is kind of in the midst of this enormous and thick forest. There is just this large, sort of inverted crater that the city is built in, where there's like stone kind of coming up into the bottom half of a dome that almost looks like it was kind of thrust up out of the ground. And built inside the center of that is the city of St. Karzar, a very large city. Wood and stone buildings. In the center of town, there is a massive, kind of greenish white stone building that looks relatively new. Nice stained glass windows. You imagine this is the temple they were talking about. And you can see that to like the eastern side of town, some of the walls of this kind of craggy, mountainous wall have fallen down and landslid and crushed a significant chunk of like the easternmost part of the city. People are kind of picking through debris as they kind of huddle under this thunder snowstorm that's happening. It seems to have been going on for quite some time. There's not really a great place to land the hopper, but she is able to find one, and you guys just kind of step out, and your boots just kind of squelch in this thick layer of mud that everybody is just kind of trudging through, and kind of make your way to a smaller, tall white stone building near the temple. That seems to be something of like a city hall.
I wonder if they have weather problems.
Yeah, it's kind of nasty here.
Yes.
You guys make your way there, kind of clean the mud off your shoes as you enter, and you see there's just like a decent number of people in here huddled around like a fire pit. They seem to mostly be focusing their attention on this forest gnome woman, probably like early middle age, just kind of grayish blonde hair and a couple of intricate braids around the shoulder. Kind of like looks up as you guys come in. Tarstak sent you?
Yes.
Okay, Bowen, just keep up whatever it is you're trying to do over there. We'll see about getting people there. Hopefully we get some food. Kyle, just keep at it, keep picking through, and just kind of like nod and head out. All right. You're the
Millicent, do you have some,
cleanup crew?
some jerky for them, Millicent?
Probably whatever I bought last.
Yeah, we're gonna
Be
need
careful,
a
bubble
a little more than that, but we're doing what we can. Celsi,
Yes, members of the Redact.
Yeah.
We're here to help.
I was in charge of the temple, and now I guess I'm in charge of the city, but
Oh,
I used to help Bowen Tarstak out a lot, and now I just do his job. Poorly. The couple of days ago, there was a kind of an earthquake that led to that landslide, and also led to a fissure opening up temple. Shit flew out of it. It climbed out of it. I just got everybody out there and barred the doors.
can you describe the shit?
Well, some of them looked like flying umbrellas.
Sure.
If that makes any sense at all. And there was some sort of, I don't know, I didn't see it. One of the people there said they saw a ghost with a sword.
Great.
It's not the first time that things like that have come out of the ground here. Every so often when we have these landslides and earthquakes, stuff opens up.
We heard this is built over a temple. Old
Not
temple?
really a temple, but there has been some pre-ascension kind of buildings and rooms found underneath. I wouldn't be surprised if this was something like that. Generally, we don't do a lot of excavating because the ground is not especially stable already, but
Of course. Well, we'll see what we can do.
whatever you can is appreciated. Go open the place up for you. I will probably lock it behind you, so
It's fair.
the window if you're gonna get out.
Fine. Millicent can take care of that. It's fine.
I bet. Just gonna throws on a couple of overcoats and heads out into the cold with you. It's just a strange phenomenon. It's noon and it looks like it's basically the middle of the night out here. And she kind of brings you over to the main doors of this large, pretty ornate. It looks pretty recently built too. This temple, and you can see all of these nice stained glass windows depicting the 13 visages of the powers. And then there's like small kind of symbology underneath each one, kind of denoting the different saints. It's definitely the most formal kind of place of worship that you've seen for the new church. He just kind of leads you over to the doors and just kind of takes out several keys on the padlocks. All right, well, you guys look like you can handle yourselves, so I'll leave you to it.
All right. Well. Somebody else is welcome to go first.
That sounds like me. I go third. I walk forward.
I'll walk behind her.
On brand all around.
You guys kind of make your way in and up these stairs, big wide doors, and you find yourselves in a wide rectangular room with more doors opposite you, and in between there's just this kind of like nice like reflecting pool with these columns around it. It is also very dark in here.
Just gonna bring the spirit out for light
Let's
and
say-
to just
Okay.
exist while we're
Or
drinking
just
around,
something. Yeah.
Okay.
expecting violence.
Shall we head to those other doors?
Mm-hmm.
Guess so. Whatever appears
suppose
to lead
one-
deeper.
I suppose anyone hears anything immediately.
No. Eerie silence in here, other than faint thunder from outside.
Great.
I also have extra dark vision from the Astrolab as well.
Like a use of the spell a bit, or like
No, I
You
get
have it.
another extra 60 feet of dark vision.
Super dark.
Oh,
good,
she
then
has soup.
you're the one looking for things.
Mhm.
Enhanced dark.
I will. And I'll be
You guys
looking around.
and kind of head into the next room, which is a large
Yeah.
square chamber with statues in each of the four corners, each one kind of depicting one of the more popular saints, and doors to the north, south, east, and west, and just kind of like a nice sort of dais in the middle. It's just kind of like a simple altar. Room's probably close to 70 feet aside.
Who were the four more popular?
Let's see. They are Walter, the Saint of Fathers, Alice, the Saint of Mothers, Asher, the Saint of Leaders, and Falk, the Saint of Souls.
Well, shall we each just go throw open the door?
Perhaps one at a time, but
I was.
Yeah, one at a time.
Head to the west door.
Okay. Head over there. Nice ornate wooden door. You kind of ease that one open, and you can see rows of pews leading to a kind of small lectern at the end. Torches that have burned out and braziers that have burned out. There's kind of a little bowl of what you imagine to be blessed water. And kind of on the western side, kind of cutting down to the southern side of the room, there is just this fissure in the floor, splitting some of the tiles apart. It's probably 5 feet across at the widest.
This seems to be the place, but perhaps we should check the other rooms to make sure none of the creatures are inside.
You hear noise coming from one of the rows of pews here. You just hear this.
I don't mind, the ghosts are in the pews, so. I'll be back here by the door.
just kind of look that direction. Light? Spirit? Just look.
Okay.
Have him move a little bit that direction to see if we can see the source of the sound.
Draw their
No, I-
attention, little
It
spirit.
does so. And you see this thing. Maybe.
Oh no. Oh no.
Just kind of like
Oh,
rises
no.
from one of the pews and just kind of stalks towards the spirit. He just kind of like backs away, like, "Yep, that's it, boss."
Ghost with a sword. I see.
Yes, it checks out. Sorry,
We'll go
were you
ahead and
praying?
Roll some initiative here.
Okay.
Time to fight a ghost.
Yeah. With a sword.
Yeah.
There you go. Well then.
You guys rolled decent initiative.
Yeah.
Millicent, you're first. There's a ghost.
There's a ghost. I would like to rage at this ghost.
Okay.
We rolled decent initiative. No, most of us rolled
No, that's
subtle.
Six.
You
Yeah,
just,
it was decent for Millicent.
I was scrolled all the way down to the bottom of the thing, so I was like, wow, you guys are all at the top. And then I scrolled up, like, oh, no, never mind.
Okay.
There's the Guardian.
Alright, now I can go up to him. Uh-oh. Oh, you can move
Oh,
me.
hang on, let me do the thing. Always
Yeah.
forget. Unlock.
Forgot about that as well.
Move now.
Yep. Okay, we're good. Alright, hit him with with my axe. Not reckless. Just in case. Ugh. Oh, we're fine. It hits. Oh, Jesus. That was number 1. Second attack. Yep. Which is, yep, that's my turn.
You smack the ghost.
That's my ghost.
This thing, you guys see something drop down from the ceiling onto
Uh-oh.
Celeste's head.
Oh no! Uh-oh.
Ah,
No.
umbrella.
Oh. I got
Uh-oh.
that one.
As this umbrella thing
no.
drops down from the ceiling and wraps around Celeste's head, engulfing you. You are blinded and cannot breathe
Oh, that's
as this
not
thing
good.
just wraps around your head and just kind of like.
Oh, goodness.
And then the ghost.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I was gonna say I had a concern when you said you scrolled to the bottom, and I was like, I can't do that.
There's not a lot of things on this list.
I can't scroll. Why can't you scroll?
There's things and stuff. This
Yeah.
thing slaps you.
Sure does.
Yes, Dark Mantle 4. Nice.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
That
Uh-oh.
means there's at least 7.
It's a good thing.
And
Oh,
you become
no.
afraid of this thing, and
Oh,
your speed
no.
is reduced to 0.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
Then he is going to hit you again.
Oh. I'm scared.
And he's going to stand inside your space. Just kind of like
Oh.
moves its body so it's just enveloping you.
I don't like that.
It feels
I
bad.
got a oh, wait,
Celeste.
okay.
There, you got a thing on your head.
Help. Of course, you guys can't hear that, but
Shoot the ghost that's inside Millicent, or shoot the Dark Mantle on Celeste's head? What's some choices I have?
I'm going to move one of them.
Oh, good.
I can't breathe. Can I say I can't verbally recite a spell, can
no, I
I?
don't think so.
Fuck.
Help her.
Okay.
You're off
Alright,
of head.
You can use an action to try and remove it.
I will try to remove it.
Alright, make a strength check.
Oh no.
You're really strong, right?
God, it's
Yeah, that's
Yes.
enough.
You're
You
really
just kind of
strong.
like pull it off of you.
Whoa!
Throw it onto the spear here.
Disgusting.
This is kind of like perched on top of it.
Ooh.
Any bonus action?
Jeez. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do a spiritual weapon. No, goodbye. I just don't like that thing. So that'll be there, and I'll go ahead and attempt to smack the thing that was on my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Mark. Oh, you shouldn't have disadvantage anymore, but yeah, you hit it. Not blound anymore.
Oh.
Alright, that's my turn.
Cinder. There's things.
Alright. I'm gonna move the whole map. I'm gonna walk up here, and I'm gonna walk like over here, and I'm gonna shoot the Dark Mantle
Okay.
with a firebolt. I'm going to remember that my spirit is out, so I have the thing. Haha! Hit it.
That'll do it.
Fire!
Not bad.
Wow.
Hmm.
Then bonus action, command spirit.
Okay.
Have him walk up here, so he's within 5 feet of both of us, and or I guess there, and the Spectre Guardian, and then teleport.
Explode.
Yep. I'm gonna move Millicent just like behind it, but out
Outside
of
of
its
it.
space.
Okay.
Yeah, and me like fuck off in the corner.
Okay.
And I'm gonna have the spirit come with
Do the
me.
damage.
Spirit come with me just in case there's another umbrella that I don't see, because I'm sure there is.
At least 3. He succeeds.
Yes.
So he takes none.
Correct.
Okay. Then that will bring us to the next Dark Mantle, which is gonna land on top of the spirit.
Oh. Mm-mm.
Which, blind. Can he be blinded?
No,
Says he can't be grappled with that.
he can't
This
be
is
grabbed
not a
by-
grapple.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
He can't be blinded.
No, he can be blinded. That is
Okay,
one.
I don't know if that matters, but he is, and he can't breathe. But I don't think he breathes. So
He doesn't. That
So-
part he doesn't.
it's just this thing on him now. Rook.
Oh. It's my bonus action to do my steady aim, give myself advantage, and I'll shoot the Dark Mantle 4. Yeah. Shoot.
Oh yeah, you just skewer that thing against the
Wow.
wall.
Eat dead.
Goodbye.
That's it.
Goodbye indeed. All right, there's a couple more of these things. This one is gonna land right on you, Rook.
Oh no.
No.
You are blound.
No.
And this one is just gonna flop right on the floor and use its darkness aura as magical darkness extends from it.
Oh. No.
I don't like that.
Nope. That is.
Now,
One.
Millicent, it is your go. You are no longer afraid of this thing.
That's good.
Oh wait, let me see if it's on its turn or your turn.
Oh.
But also, you can't see.
I can't
so-
see it, so can I just. I mean, I'll just hit with
Either way,
disadvantage
it's
because it's.
disadvantage.
Yeah, you have.
I guess.
Yeah, you are frightened and your speed is reduced to 0 right now until the end of your turn. You
I'm
have
just gonna
hella
reckless it.
disadvantage to hit it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Reckless attack will turn it into a
No.
normal hit.
Blah. Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm doing. Yep. Can't really. Oh.
Oh, no.
Again. Didn't even need that disadvantage. Okay, that I do know hits. You'll get that, and you will get this. And I guess I'll just add some extra damage. Alright, that is my turn.
Okay.
Still scared. It does have advantage on me now.
Yeah,
so.
and he's going to utilize that because he can see
Yeah.
in this magical darkness.
I'll boo him. Oh no.
You are no longer afraid now, but it's
Okay,
attempting to fear you again.
got it.
Didn't work that time.
Woohoo! I just made it.
Oh, that was almost a 20, but instead it was double
Oh.
2s.
Oh,
And he is going to walk inside
Stop.
again.
get out of my space!
Blast.
Run out your personal
Dark.
Space.
Great. So good. Oh, everything I have is just to see. Alright. Can I try walking to one of, like, this wall over here? Or, like, to the wall where... Okay. We'll try to get over.
Yeah, you can do that.
Would I be able to see Rook with his new hat from the doorway?
Just barely, yeah.
Okay. Uh, can I try to use my spiritual weapon to smack it off?
Yeah.
Cool.
Sweet, sweet.
Alright. Rook, don't move. I can do this. Just don't move.
Huh?
Oh, hey.
You did it.
Just gonna stab. A shallow stab so as not to skewer Rook's head.
And also do as my main action, Sacred Flame. Okay, watch out again.
Uh-huh.
That one doesn't work.
That didn't work. Okay.
Very dexterous for an umbrella. Cinder.
I'm just gonna like run around the edge of the darkness. If I get over here, can I see Millicent behind it?
They're on the same space, but I would say you can just barely see the edge.
Yeah,
see,
okay.
like,
I wasn't
half of her.
sure. Yeah, okay. It was just enough to healing word, that's all.
Yep.
Yeah, that's, thank you.
And it gets those.
Thank you. Wow. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that boost on the healing is pretty good.
That's great. I
Adding the
need it.
D8 makes healing words slap.
Really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Wow,
That's just a
that's
long distance
great.
cure wounds.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Thank
Um,
you.
Uh-huh.
Because it's a bonus action.
Yep, and with my action, I'm going to blind firebolt into the middle of the circle where I think there's probably a goober.
Go for it.
Will it automatically disadvantage, or do I need to push the
I
button?
think you need to push button.
I push button.
You hit it.
Bitch.
It is
Also-
just an umbrella flopping around on the floor in church.
It's just an
As they do.
umbrella.
Ooh, 1, 2.
Mm.
Yeah, it not great, but
But
you
I hit it.
singe it.
It's in the middle. I think everybody knew that, but you know.
This one stays on the spirit and just goes
Oh.
for another attack on it.
Oh, sounds like Rook has problems. What's new?
Misses somehow. Rook.
I can't imagine that I can pull this thing off of my head.
Make a strength check. See if you want to try.
I'm not so hot at those.
Hold on, oops.
So I'll just instead pull out my rapier and walk towards the middle.
Yeah. Do it.
Oh, oh, oh.
It's like
No, don't walk.
trying to take off
I
a wet
want to
sock.
see.
It's like
Ugh.
you
You
got
did
it.
it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, Max Sandwich.
You get it. Now the one on your head is gonna bite you or squish you or
Yeah.
whatever
Right
it is.
here, I'll
Bonus.
bonus action just. Yeah, I guess I heard him from over here, so I'll just disengage and get out of his range.
Okay. The one on your head will squish you.
Yeah.
Ow.
Yeah.
The dark one will move. Try to attack.
Hello.
Do you need to breathe?
Nope. You get squished, and now you have one on your head too. And you are blound, for what that matters, but you basically already were. So,
Yeah.
Millicent, at the start of your turn, since you are inside this thing,
Uh-oh.
it feels gross, and it feels like it's like making you sick.
Oh no.
but not that sick,
Good.
which is
Good.
It's actually very good for you.
Uh-huh.
It's your turn.
Okay. Uncle hit it. I mean, I guess I have to like move
Yeah,
a
you
little
can
bit out of
step
it.
Yeah.
Not like I'm really leading
You
his.
still can't see it, but
Okay. Reckless.
okay.
It's a flat roll. Taking the risk. Yeah. Get out of here. Get
Yeah.
out with your grossness. Alright, second attack. Reckless. Enough. Stop going. Get away. That is my turn.
Starting to dissipate a bit. All right. It's smack.
Yep. Oh. Up in my dex next.
And you are afeared, and your speed is 0.
Oh, that's fine. It's not like I was gonna move anywhere. Yes. Alright. Oh. Stop hitting me.
And then
Ooh.
once more. Oop.
No.
Oh.
Get out of my
Once more.
space.
Celeste, you
Uh-huh.
can see the ghost inside Millicent over there.
Can I hit the ghost with the spiritual weapon?
You will also hit Millicent.
Oh no. Dang it.
I can take it.
As much as I would love to say that, I kind of can't. I'm
I'd ask
running
about-
low. Die.
I'd ask about Bing Bong, but also it's a ghost. I don't think he cares about necrotic.
Feels like a good guess.
Yeah?
Sure does feel like that, but there's only one way to find out.
It's true.
Waste a turn.
Yeah.
Oh, Toll the Dead. It is the dead.
Yeah. So,
So you need to pay a
sounds
toll.
like the perfect situation.
You make him give
You
you
need-
five gold.
We're poor. So
You gotta pay the troll toll to get into the boy's soul.
Alright, that. Millicent, I'm sorry, but hang on. I'll go ahead and hit her with the spiritual
Okay,
weapon.
that's fine. It's fine.
Do you want me
okay.
to put the cast onto Millicent or Spectral Guardian?
Just roll the attack roll, and then we'll see whom it hits.
Probably me.
19. I think that hits both.
Okay, as long as you hit both, it's
So just
fine.
roll damage and just target both of them and then roll damage.
Okay.
Now we complete the circle. Millicent has to stab Rook.
Okay.
And for my main
Fine.
action, I'll go ahead and just do preserve life.
Okay.
So
Oh,
Thank
on
you.
Millicent, because that's the only one I can see right now.
I think she's the only one below half, so.
There was
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
all of it. Go for his turn.
I was at 40. I'm at 60.
Yeah, so 47. You can go down to 47 wound.
Yeah. 47. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Nobody else took enough damage. Everybody else is like single digits. Well, Rook is not, but he's always not.
It's rock.
Alright, you feel a little bit better, even though there is a ghost inside you.
Mm.
Cinder. There's an umbrella
So-
on your head.
Does this work the same way as like underwater does, where if you breathe water, you can still do verbal? Since I
Yeah,
don't breathe,
will-
can I still do verbal?
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
You're made of wood.
It's on my head, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna walk towards where I remember leaving the spirit,
Okay.
point in his direction, and cast Dragon's Breath, and see how far it comes out.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice. Do it.
Yeah, that's fine. You can hurt the one that's on your head too.
Now, I don't know if that would like just hit this one and like be in him, or go to the other one too.
Yeah, I'll say you get both. That's fine.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, as you play.
It's like when you put a balloon over your face. It's like... That's how you can get them both. Just because it's funny.
As it's just like pour out of the bottom half.
Oh,
Smells
yeah.
like
This-
burning dark mantle.
Not great damage, but at least it's to 2 of them. And then bonus action this turn, I will command the spirit.
Okay.
Now that I am within 5 feet, because I just remembered where I left him, right? I don't need to see
Yeah.
him for this,
And
ostensibly.
you could be like,
I'm just gonna have him teleport us both.
okay, you can
and leave the
dark
dark
mantles behind. Yeah, that works.
We're just gonna both come out here.
And you can blow them up.
Hello.
I would say you could probably have enough forethought to also maybe get Rook as well.
Oh yeah, if I
Uh,
had,
Make a
This-
wisdom check to see if you remember.
yeah, if he steps up 1. be
Make a
able to do
wisdom
it.
check for me to see if you remember relatively well. Okay, you don't. You try.
No.
I'm gonna say that I thought I did it, and then
Yeah.
when we all pop it, I'm like, aha! Hell, oh, where is it?
Rook just- you just hear from the
Came over
darkness.
the pews on the other side. Now it's me and 3 dark mantles.
Oops, I just rolled straight damage. That was a mistake. Let's
Oh.
make sure that happened. One of
Auto failed
the
because you already killed him, but he actually did fail it. So
okay, it worked
what was
anyway.
the? Okay, yeah, they both failed. So
This DC 16.
yeah, they both failed. So yeah, you killed
Okay,
one of them.
Clairvoyant.
And that was the one that had the darkness. So
Aha!
this
All
one,
according to plan, just not the correct
they're just
plan.
gonna jump on you.
Burp.
And it's back on your head.
No.
You have a hat again. It just kind of like skitters across the floor. Have you seen that vine of like the umbrella that like comes to life? And it's like exactly what that is. All right, Rook, there's a thing on you.
Yeah, I just, yeah, I like take my dagger and just.
Walk up to the wall and just
Yeah. Yep.
Can I do that?
I'll allow it.
Okay,
I mean, you're probably better off just trying to pull it off because this is going to be a strength-based attack
that's
roll.
true.
without
Yeah, okay,
efficiency.
I'll just try to pull it off.
You're just like,
Strength check.
yeah, just a
Yeah.
strength check. You need a 13. Yeah, that'll do
Oh.
it.
Just
You're just
make
like,
it.
and you get it off of you. You just throw it on the floor. That's your action.
I'll just. Is it just next to me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just disengage from it, and I'll just come up here.
Okay.
Hi, how's it going?
Not great. But you know
Well,
what? Fine.
maybe it'll want to attack me.
Here he comes.
I don't know.
Brenda-
go.
oh, no,
Not
you're
the umbrella!
You're not blinded. Hang on.
oh no, not for
Not
You know what? No, no. Could I sentinel it first? Before
Yeah.
it, before it like just ends up on her, just to get a hit in. There you go. No. Oh.
Yeah, they
no,
have a
okay.
shit armor class, dude. You hit it and then it climbs
Now
on
it
his face.
attaches. Yeah. Just to get what it hit before.
All right, it's your turn.
All right. Am I out enough, or do I have to kind of move again?
It's inside you, but your speed is 0.
Oh, you're right. I'm still frightened.
So
Well.
there's not really a lot you can do unless you want to attack yourself.
or
Mm,
Rook's head.
a
Or you
hit.
can hit the thing that's on Rook.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
can I
you
do
can just
that?
or you could just use a strength check to try and pull it off.
Oh, yeah, you know, I could just do that.
You would have advantage on that because you're raging.
Yes, I do.
Oh wait, do you have advantage on strength checks in general or only athletics?
I think it's strength checks.
Okay,
Instinct.
then yeah, you got it.
Okay, I'll do that then. I want to hit Rook by accident.
That would probably be bad.
Yeah, with my axe. Yeah.
You fucking pull that thing off.
Make it.
Well, I guess that's my
Any
turn.
bonus?
I will take a potion.
Okay.
This is what potions I got. I got a greater. I'll drink that one real quick before you go and hit me. I have a healing thing. And that one.
All right. Well, you are subject to its withering miasma once more.
Yeah.
And you fail.
Is that the fear one? Wait.
Nope, it's what you get for being inside it.
Oh wait, can I use fanatical focus then?
Okay. I'll just reroll
I
it.
just reroll it. Yeah, I can just reroll it.
Oh my. Okay.
Oh, it was frozen on a 1 for a
Oh,
bit
Yeah,
there.
it was frozen on one.
Okay. You're fine. So
I
it
did
will
use
Wow.
that.
step out and attack you.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't want whatever that is.
You do not.
Okay.
All right, you're not afraid.
I'm not afraid.
Blast.
All right. I'll go ahead and hit that Spectral Guardian. Yes. Wow. Cool.
You stab it.
Spiritual weapon.
Oh. So
And
many
a,
good cleric spells.
Action.
Yeah. Sacred Flame. Yes.
Yeah.
No. Anyways, I'm here now.
Cinder, there's a thing on you.
Yep. Rook moved after the thing is on my head, so I don't know where he is right now, right?
Probably not.
Probably not, yeah.
I was going to move up here and bring my hat with me and move Millicent with the spirit as the bonus action. The reason I ask is because if I don't know Rook is there, I'll be leaving him in the corner. So
I believe you still have Dragon Breath active as well.
I do. So I was gonna walk as I was walking over.
Burp on the 2 things.
Yeah.
You'd probably
Deciding
intentionally
if I
burp on the
burp.
on the Spectral Guardian and also hit the 2 Dark Mantles as well.
Would that also hit Millicent? Because last
would
I
say-
saw it was in her space, so I would be assuming I need to aim at her.
I'm just gonna have you make a perception check for what you're able to glean about the situation with your hearing. You do have really good passive perception.
Okay.
Well, relatively good. I'd say you can probably space it out correctly. You probably heard what just happened with her
Stuff
and know
happening.
that it's not inside her anymore.
Okay. So I'll I have enough movement. This room is small. I'll step back here, bleh, and then walk forward.
You would, yeah. You don't know that Dark Mantle is there, so probably just get those 2. Well, that's on your face. And then,
Yeah. I would not know to aim.
yeah. You can
Which
get
one's on
Dark
my head?
Mantle number 1 and Guardian.
One. Burn. Oh,
That's a bummer.
I know.
Pretty good damage.
Oh,
roll, though.
mother.
Then I would walk into the corner, bonus action, spirit, have him come. Well, it would be kind of awkward because I would have him go into that space.
You can. It's incorporeal,
Okay.
so.
Downside is it's going to blow up Rook, but I don't know he's there.
Yep, you're gonna blow up everybody.
Yeah, pretty much.
You get you off. You get the Dark Mantle off of you. You teleport away with Millicent.
I would do the usual shit that I. Oh God! I would move her 1 space so she could still be in melee. And all of her spaces are now occupied by things, so I'll either drop her in the spectral or onto the dark mantle.
Well, you can
I
move
was-
her. You can move her 15 feet, so you could put her like.
Yeah, I can move
Here.
up. I can move up. I'm not scared, I think, right now. So
Yeah, I could. Just usually when I teleport her, I don't do that. So it's like, how far would I
You
be?
can move her to the opposite side of the spectral guy like you did before, right?
Yeah. That's true. I just did the
Yeah.
perception check. I know it's
And
not
even
in
if
her,
she is in the same space as the Dark Mantle, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's on her.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just move her over here because I do know that
Okay,
it's there.
yeah.
Uh,
You pop that, you toast Rook and the Spectral Guardian and the 2 Dark Mantles.
targeting.
Yes, thank you. Get me out of here. Ah!
He just like hobbles over with the paper bag on his head.
I was like, oh, hi, Buck.
Do what I wanted it to. Can you make it Zark's voice turn? Thank you. Good. Target. Roll? Yes. Hey, Rook's the only one who succeeded. We love to see it.
There you go.
And I would put the spirit next to me, but I can't move him because he's in the guardian. Yeah, that's all. Oh, not him.
eh.
Thank you.
That guy's dead. Rook, you just got exploded.
I was like, oh, sorry.
Let me double check. Steady aim. Okay, it's just next attack roll, so I'll bonus action disengage from it and come over here. Just look at the spirit guy and just like, fuck you. Just-
I do what I'm told, man.
Wow. Well,
I thought you were attacking him for a second. You walked up and just fucking stabbed him. This is blowing me up. Oh,
Wow,
fuck.
my
Yeah,
God.
that'll do it.
Yeah.
Christ, yeah, you kill that guy.
Oh,
Okay, that's it.
no, yeah. Sounds about right.
And he fails.
Yeah.
It's your turn.
Guess what? We'll go hit it. I guess it's kind of like
I love
I'm
dark.
just
They're so
not in the
ridiculous.
They're fun. I missed them from Out of the Abyss.
They're not even
All
like
right.
they're just hilarious. Just
It's just
Face hugger.
Yeah.
let's do that. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
sure.
yeah.
No,
I don't need to do
fucking-
anything else.
Wreck him.
That's just for satisfaction. Okay.
You did
right.
24 extra damage.
It's like nice try.
Yeah, if you had taken the miasma damage, you would have taken 48 necrotic damage, and your hit point maximum would have been reduced by that much.
Oh no.
I'm
I
very
cannot
sad.
have that right now.
No, I'm
You
very
got
sad.
Rook is basically standing on the edge of that chasm. It kind of goes down about 10 feet, you can see. And there does seem to be like a small cavern beneath.
Well, this is what we wanted to explore.
Oh yeah.
Do we want to hit the other rooms first and make sure that there isn't any other surprises in them?
Might as well check.
Might as well check. Let's do a run through so I don't lose rage.
Run!
I mean,
Just in
your
case.
rage only lasts 6 more seconds.
That's true. You're right.
There's nothing in the
Wilson
other
sprints to
rooms.
the door and then just
Yeah. Well.
There's nothing in the other rooms.
Okay. All right. Wow, we picked the right room. Good job, y'all.
We have to.
All right. Well,
Well,
I guess I'm going down first.
how far down is
About
it?
10 feet.
Oh. Okay. Well, I don't want to go down first. So
I will.
Oh, okay.
Jump.
I'll go down second.
can you see
Me?
Yeah.
him? I know you can.
Yeah, I can see.
It's me and Millicent.
I have the night goggle. I'll put it on.
It's just you.
Well, then I'll go in the middle with the spirit and you can go last.
Okay.
But don't cry if something sneaks up behind us.
No problems.
Do you want me on the end for perception?
Oh,
No, front.
Probably.
Front with that.
Okay.
Here, you guys can just kind of drop down
we'll be fine.
however you like.
Just gonna pull out my spear and just point it
I
above my
can't
head.
put Millis-
It's like a very sharp path.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait on that.
Sound like 2 daggers.
You need one of those Ushankas that you just put 2 knives
Yeah.
into.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
is a
I tie my
old
grappling hook around my.
wooden door here, and then what
That
looks
seems
like
dangerous.
a cavern
I don't
opening at
know.
to the east.
Oh.
Door?
Door?
Door first? Door first?
Might as well.
Sure. Why not?
Otherwise, we're really just looking around this cave.
Want
Okay,
me to open
the
the
door
door or be on
opens
the
easily.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Oh. That's it.
Oh,
This looks like the
Uh-huh.
remains of like an alchemical laboratory.
Ooh,
you can get jars.
yes.
You see
There's so many
there's-
jars in here.
There are 2 giant pots to the south there. And in the center of this pentacle, basically, there is what looks like a small pile of dust.
Hmm.
Alright, nobody touch that.
Is,
Why, what is it?
I don't know, but. Is there things inside these giant jars?
Yeah, take a look. Make an intelligence check.
Okay.
can I glean anything from the stuff on the floor?
You can make
Okay.
an arcana check.
Alright.
One of these jars is just filled with reddish liquid, which you kind of do a little preliminary taste, and it seems to be healing potion.
Oh?
Like,
That.
60 gallons of healing potion.
Oh.
The other one is just filled with little balls, which you can actually identify, because you have seen these things before, as beads of nourishment.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, that'd be very good.
People up there.
Mm-hmm.
Celeste, this circle here is a very ancient ritual that involves undead.
Oh, well.
shocker.
Yeah.
This is my surprise choice.
Well- That explains some of the weird stuff down here. Like, this is just straight up something that's for undead. So that's very
Hmm.
cool.
Mm.
Here's some beads of nourishment for people up there,
Oh,
and maybe for other people as well, being that sounds like the ladder's running low on food supplies.
Can we take a guesstimate as to how many are in the jar that big?
I'm not so
Jelly bean
big on
problem.
the numbers, but I will say
Dozens?
several
More than
thousand.
100? Thousands.
This
Oh, wow.
jar here is almost like Rook and Celeste could both hide in that at the same time. It's
Oh.
big.
oh,
Oh,
Fit
big.
into our bag of holding that we basically have nothing in.
yeah.
For
Yeah.
ease, I'll say all of them.
Okay.
I can put it in my bag.
No. You take the bag of holding and you upend
Oh,
the
yeah.
one full of healing potion into it, and we just buy a straw. Guys, I'm hurt.
Let's say, like, do I just like dunk my contingency band in there, and it's just like,
Can we check to make sure that? So that is undead and brought scary things up there, and both of these are ostensibly good things. Do we have
Yeah.
any way of confirming that
What?
it is
Yeah,
actually good and not going to like secretly kill us if we try them?
Somebody
Sure,
would need
I'll-
to identify.
I'll taste test them.
You taste test the potion. You heal.
Yeah.
Little. I mean, you can just do the basic taste test thing.
Yeah,
Where you can
I'll
actually
just-
drink
yeah.
it. It's a
I'll
potion
just
of
taste
healing.
test it.
All
That's
right.
it.
Very many gallons.
Yeah.
And the bead does just seem like you eat one. It feels like
Yeah, I'll
lembas
just
bread.
eat one. Yeah. Seems fine to me.
Will
All
you
right.
look around the rest of the
That's-
room? Is there anything else notable?
Yeah, you guys can make some investigation check. Like,
I would
Yeah,
want-
Rook, you should look for like notes and shit. This seems right.
I
up your alley.
definitely.
I can give you guidance.
I'll
Please.
help
This is
somebody
is that a
investigate because I can't do
door
it.
in the north?
me.
Yeah, you shouldn't let me
no,
investigate.
it's a wall.
Okay, I just want to be sure.
For
I'll just keep lookout to make sure nothing approaches the room. It's like look outside. I am not
Yeah,
useful.
this is with a 30. This is an old lab belonging to a pre-ascension alchemist who got into some interesting experiments, but he basically built himself these reserves to keep himself alive down here. He mentions having a garden, which he uses to harvest stuff from. And he also basically created these beads of nourishment and these potions of healing to effectively sustain himself for a long, long time. But then he did some experiment involving what you imagine you see on the floor here. And he uses a lot of mention of collecting bones and teeth. And you guys kind of look and you see that pile of dust in the center of the room.
Oh.
Kind of white, and you do see there are some teethy looking things in there.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
I think we found the proprietor of this fine lab.
Yes.
I
Best
would
not to disturb you.
like everybody to make a dexterity saving throw for me. You know what? I'll just go ahead and do it.
Oh,
Is
good.
this something I can see?
You can see the pile of bone dust and teeth in the middle of the room begins to kind of swirl and coalesce, and rather rapidly just kind of expands out into a tornado encompassing the whole room.
Okay, then I get advantage because of.
Yeah. So
That's
I
all I
don't-
need to know.
we'll see if I can give you the advantage.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. Oh, I guess if anything, we'll just roll once and I just roll one more time. That doesn't
Yeah.
work. Wow,
Thought I
danger
was
sense.
targeting
Here you come
you
to good
guys.
use. Oh
Wow.
no, so
You know what? You guys just all roll your own individually, since I'm gonna have to do this individually anyway,
Okay,
including Celeste.
okay.
Please. What?
I guess Buddy Boy would have probably followed us in, so he also would be probably.
I mean,
Okay, the DC 17. So Celeste and the Spirit fail, and
yeah.
it's half on a success.
Oh, great.
Teeth time.
I don't have evasion
As you're
yet.
hit with bones and teeth. So this is the damage.
Oh!
Oh,
65 is the damage. So if you succeeded, you take half that.
What number did you say?
65.
I'm
32.
fucking out.
Yeah, I'm out.
As you guys
Okay,
see,
we're
it
on.
coalesces into this little guy here. And I say little because he is little. He's small. And we'll go ahead and roll initiative.
Oh, good thing I succeeded that.
You guys all go before him.
Oh!
Oh,
Oh,
no.
Brooke, you succeeded, so you should have. Oh, you were already hurt, huh?
Yeah, I was hurt.
Okay, so make a
So
dex
half
save
of
for me.
that. Yeah.
Spirit is also Omega dead.
Okay.
A good thing there's a gallon of healing. right
Cinder,
next
there
to-
is a bone ghost.
It's bone hurting juice.
I'm gonna bonus action.
Oh.
Fuck, it's an action. Action re-summon the spirit. Bonus action healing word. Back, sir. Put him next to me. And then with the nice healing word, I will get Celeste.
Hmm.
Okay.
Wakey, wakey, heal time.
Millicent.
Yeah,
There's a bone
Yeah.
giver.
yeah. I don't think I should use my last rage. So,
I think you should, because we're definitely sleeping after this.
okay.
So you-
Then I will rage.
Yeah, Celeste and I are going to be tapped on spells.
Yep,
Rook is
yep,
going to be almost dead.
yep. Let me just where's my temp? There we go. Temp HP. Exclude that first. Okay. Where's this guy? Here. Okay. Get up to him. Oh, I really hope this works. Attack. Oh, so. Oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
You hard to hit.
Yeah, I'm gonna try again. I'm not gonna reckless though, because I feel like that's a bad. Oh no, I wish I did now. No. I just sit there, kind of scared.
Celeste.
Love you.
Okay.
Got
Mass
another one
healing word. Or I could do both actually.
Start with the one.
of those. Yes,
yeah.
preserve then.
I was going to. I know better at this point.
The programmer
preserve
brain.
life. Preserve life, so I have 35 to split amongst us.
Alright, Cinder can heal for 14. Millicent can heal for a lot.
I can
Millicent,
heal
do you,
for 20.
did you just get those temporary hit points? Yeah, you did. Okay.
I just got it. Yeah,
Millicent
just when I
can heal
raged.
for 27.
How much could Rook heal for, you said? 20-something?
Rook can heal
23.
for 23. Yeah, so you can... Everybody can take a lot, so...
Also, wait, I think we talked about this last time. It's you guys, not me. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
We can take functionally double what you can give. So, split how you want.
Yeah.
11, 12, and 12.
That works for everyone?
I,
Maybe slightly less to Cinder.
Just heal them, I'm gonna get out of the way.
Hmm.
If I live through the next turn, I will...
yeah, I'm gonna say he is next.
He is target-rich environment.
Yeah.
Alright, then, Lucas, Rook and Millicent can take, half each, so,
17 and 18.
yeah.
I'll take 17 then.
Wow.
How generous.
And now, I'm going to do... Mass healing word. Thunder, yep, okay, got everyone.
Ooh, Max.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Everybody's looking
Yeah.
much better.
And I get a
Yeah.
little bit back from healing, so, cool.
He does not get his whirlwind back.
Oh,
Oh, no.
So he is going to take a couple of steps back.
then I will Sentinel, I
Okay.
guess. Let's see if I even hit him.
Fuck it, I'll swing a
Whoa.
stick.
Okay. Well, he is forced to stay where he was.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
But you can still hit.
I'll go ahead and use my spear.
My stick is not worth shit, but it's not like I use my reactions for anything else.
And
Hit Max. You got Max.
spear does something if I hadn't used this in a while, so hang on. Oh yeah, I get advantage since I just healed. There we go. Oh,
Oh,
That's
so
heartbreaking.
that was yep.
You hate to see it, boys. Okay. Well, he can't do what he was gonna do, so I guess he'll just bite Millicent
Yeah, that sounds about right.
with all those teeth.
oh no.
Nom.
Would you say it's a toothy maw?
Oh,
It's
we're
a
good.
toothy maw.
Ah! Ew!
And make a Constitution saving throw for me. Oh, I can do that. Never mind.
Uh-oh.
At least it's a con. Oh, not when I roll like that.
Go ahead and roll a d4
Damn
for
it.
me.
Oh no. Okay.
Did you get another a fanatical focus because you have a new rage?
I do! I will like to do it now.
Looking like a recent zealot barbarian.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just forgot I
Very
raged
important.
again.
I
Alright,
would,
was it con?
I would do that.
Con save, please.
DC 17.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, you are not
That's
paralyzed for 3 rounds then.
Oh, yeah,
Oh
that
my
was rough. That
God.
was rough.
Ah.
Oh.
Okay.
Don't gnaw on me.
Rook.
How far is he away from
He
me?
is not within melee,
Okay.
but he easily could be.
I will bonus action healing word Celeste.
Thank you.
And then I'll shoot him. I will not shoot him. That's it.
Okay. Cinder.
This thing seems pretty hardy, right? It seems like it's
Yeah.
gonna be taking some hits. Okay. Yeah, alright. I'm just gonna walk right next to it and walk up to Millicent.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying this now. And
Okay.
I cast Elemental Weapon.
Oh.
Your axe now adds a D4 fire
Ooh.
and is a
Okay.
plus adds a +1 as well.
Oh.
Ow.
So now I can make it a +2 if I'm already a +1, or is it like it just makes it a +1? But
Just says it has a +1 bonus to attack rolls and deals extra blah.
I think if it's already a +1, that doesn't take into effect, but let me check.
yeah,
Yeah.
let's check that. Thanks.
Does this spell specify that it has to be a non-magical weapon?
Oh shit, it does.
Oh, boo.
And hers is magical.
Correct.
That's kind of lame.
That is very lame. That has been the whole reason I bring it, is to do this. Well, never mind then. I don't do that.
And I guess you could put on my hand axe if you tell me to, but I feel like
Yeah.
I probably could do more.
Sure, if you want.
Could I put on Rook's bow?
That's magic as well, I think.
I have a non-magical rapier.
Well, I don't think you want to run up and stab this thing.
I don't know if he's against it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go
I
either
think
way.
he's open to this to the possibility.
Yeah.
No, I'll just do a lamer version, and I'll just enlarge Millicent.
Okay.
Oh! What
That'll work.
does large do again? Does it, like, do I get...
Makes you big.
4 to damage.
Also, the advantage on strength and stuff, which you already have, but it's mostly for the D4.
Oh!
Yeah. Dude!
Hello.
And then bonus action, have the spirit come over here, into the middle of this mess, and move everyone.
Okay.
Oh god, no!
Large huge.
We're going to put Millicent over here if she's good with it.
Yeah.
Rook in the doorway to make his own choices about shooting or stabbing, and me behind him.
Oh.
And the spirit right here. You might choose stab, I'm definitely not. Have fun.
Millicent,
Cool.
you're big.
I'm big. I'm gonna hit the man.
Are you though?
Yeah, I'm a reckless. I'll take that chance. 'Cause C is hard to hit already. Alright. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's this. Oh, cool. It does it for me. Plus that. Oh, I don't know if the typically 3. I don't think it does it for Divine Fury. So
Yeah.
So -3, and then Attack again. Bone bad. Hoping. Oh, good. I'll give the extra damage. Alright, I'm just gonna give it already. There you go.
Oh,
Sorry, take away the 3. I don't. It's just doing it for every round.
Okay.
It's only 7. It's only 7. That's from the weapon. All right, now I'm done.
Ah, not that much. There we go. Celeste.
How's it
Millicent,
look?
keep whacking.
I'm just whacking.
gonna go ahead and do. Well, you two are just over there. I guess I'll just do
Yeah.
that and cast plus.
Wow.
And can't really go anywhere, so I guess I'll just chill out here. Yeah, that'll be it.
Okay. He does not get his whirlwind back. So instead.
Oh,
Oh, this is fun. He kind of turns around and looks at large Millicent. He is small too, so Millicent is like very big.
Big.
compared to him. And he just kind of looks up and holds out bony finger.
Oh, I don't like that. Oh. Matthew,
no.
No, what are you
A
doing?
spell.
Oh no!
Ah,
You
good.
succeed, so you only take half.
Oh no!
Oh,
Nice.
Oh,
Half of 69.
oh.
nice. But really not though.
As you feel this necrotic wave wash over you, and you just kind of feel your insides rotting for a moment, and it's just like, and then you're okay.
My stomach hurts. My tummy ache.
Okay.
As you see, one of the fingers on his right hand just kind of falls off, and there are still 2 more.
Gross.
This alchemist was kind of a jackass. Why would you make this?
Was
But
the
there's a lot
alchemist.
I'll shoot. I'll do my bonus action to give myself advantage. Well, here I am.
Okay. Yeah.
You had advantage in the blitz.
Yeah, I
Can I-
sure did.
Can I sling a spell around Rook?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's small.
Firebolt!
Oh.
Like this. Why did it give me a +4?
Because bless, right? Did you get bless?
No.
Plus shouldn't apply to damage.
Oh, that's true. There's nothing wrong.
And also, I didn't give him bless.
Mm.
Who knows?
Maybe it's bugging out with the effect that I applied on Millicent because it came from me.
Mm.
I don't know, but either way, reduce it by 4. And then bonus action, command the spirit to spit at him, I guess.
Sure.
You got it.
To-
Hey!
Wow,
Wow.
We take those.
Wow.
That was better than your firebolt.
It sure was.
Yeah.
Respect.
He's like, now this
Did
is
it.
how it's done. Millicent,
This.
you're big and
Yeah,
hurt.
I sure am. Well, I guess I'm just gonna go reckless. That did not like that.
I'll go back.
All right, go hit him. I sure do. That plus this, and then -2 from that. Shouldn't be there. We'll do it again. I wish bit more. Okay, and then I'm guessing chugging down another greater. Chug down a potion.
Yeah.
So let me apply that. Okay.
We got plenty of potions in this room.
Now we have more. I don't feel so bad.
Yeah.
All right, that's my turn.
Okay. Blast.
Wow, that was
Hey,
good.
that's pretty good.
Wow, good job, Millie.
Big sippy.
Good soup.
Like, is everything just like enlarged too? So this is like.
Giant.
Yeah, she just had the potions not enlarged.
Blood on my back.
I'll go ahead and just pull out a spiritual weapon just to make sure this thing, please, it just goes away. All right. Slap. Oh!
Oh!
Wow! Look at
No.
that. All right. Go. All right.
We take those. We take those. It's looking
Uh,
bad for a pile of bones and teeth.
I hope so.
I'm. So I guess I'll just chuck a sacred flame just to see.
Fuck it. Oh.
No? Okay. Good talk.
Okay. One more
Did it do the right amount of critical damage
What do you mean?
from Celeste's crit right there?
Oh. No, 5 more. Fall out?
Good enough.
No.
No, no.
It doesn't
Okay.
get Whirlwind back, which means
Okay, good.
it's time for Circle of Death.
Oh, no.
No.
Why can't I target people now? Why didn't I? Good. You all see this black wave of energy go out from this board.
Okay.
You got a 30?
Wow.
Only the spirit failed that? What? Ah. Oh my god, and the damage roll is so bad.
All I can do is still
I did 10 damage! That's a 6 level
God.
spell! I did 10 damage!
The spirit failed and he didn't even die.
Ah.
30.
I rolled 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5.
There is
That's
a god.
heartbreaking.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Okay, fine. Look.
Alright, let's try this again. I'll do the same thing as last time. Yes, that time I hit.
Oh,
Oh my god. The
man.
slowest rolls to 1.
yeah.
Insulting.
Hurt
That's it.
my soul.
Cinder.
Murder or heal Millicent?
That was murder.
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 Millicent will want you to do murder.
We're sleeping after this, right? You want like a guaranteed murder?
I mean,
Yes.
Sure, if you can.
Cool. Scorching Ray.
Yeah.
Fuck me, this spell always fails me.
You have to
I have the same to hit
There you
mod
go.
as I do with my cantrip, and I miss one.
And so doing the same amount of damage.
Come on. Come on, there we go.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get the
Yeah,
extra
yeah.
burn.
Okay, enough.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
oh my god.
I was ready to take up, hit it with 1 hit point left if need be.
Alright, everyone take a cup and go over to that big old jug over there. drink some healing potion? Yeah. Grab a straw? Everyone grab a straw?
I like crouch down. My big...
Yeah.
You guys
Thank you.
can drink back up to full if you want from this thing without significantly lowering the amount of potion in it.
My
Okay.
God.
There's a lot.
That would be lovely
Sure.
Yeah, fuck it.
if it's an option. But yeah,
Option.
Yeah.
give it
Can we
a
just
full.
refill our bottles that we've used?
Sure. You
I'll
can
be-
get a number of healing potions from this thing that is... The sky's the limit, effectively.
All
Is
right.
it lesser healing?
Yes.
Okay.
I have not tracked how many potions I've used over the course of things. I have no idea how many empty bottles I've
Take
got.
however many you like. There are bottles.
Yeah,
of it.
Oh, okay. I have 6 bottles. And technically 3 jars.
No.
If you fill a jar with it, does that make it into a better healing potion?
No,
If you
it's
just
into
drink more?
No.
Healing potion of pickling.
A potion that tastes vaguely of vinegar.
Ew.
Yeah.
Gonna take like 3 or 4 doses because I rarely use them anyway.
I'll
I'll
just
take-
refill my 6 more bottles.
You said there's like a bunch of bottles in here?
Yeah, they're mostly empty.
Okay, let's use
Such-
those.
I'll take 5 or so.
Yeah, like how many bottles we got.
You guys can take as
That's-
many as you like, but you also know that there are people in the ladder who might need some of these as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll take 5 as well, because I feel like we're risking our lives a lot. I feel like
Yes,
it's
of
big.
course.
5 lesser,
So
I
we're
feel...
taking 20 doses.
Yeah,
Because-
so there is X amount in here that you can basically go and tell somebody, hey, that's down there, and they'll figure out what to do with it. How to effectively distribute it. Same with the beads of nourishment, but effectively, this will supply the army with resources to last as
Yeah.
a sustained war.
I mean, could I just put it in the bag of holding, like in my backpack?
You could put the
Yeah.
beads in, yeah.
Yeah,
I
beads.
think we should take
Just
the
the beads,
beads
okay.
to Ben,
Yeah,
Because-
yeah.
though it could be used as a way to supply an army. It could also be a really powerful bartering chip to the islands that wants Holtela for farmland. If he can provide them with food,
Yeah.
just give him a tool. He can do with it what he wants. But I
Okay.
think take them directly to him and let him decide.
We could just tell them about the healing potion stash.
Mhm.
Do
Yeah.
with that what it will.
Yeah. All right. I'll put the bead one in my bag of holding then.
Okay.
Do you guys want a few for traveling? Are we worried about that?
Beads of
I-
nourishment?
You do still
Yeah.
have your everlasting bubble thugs, which last.
Yeah. I do have that.
Oh yeah, there's that.
One of
And
you
if
gave them
needed-
to a child, but
I didn't.
We'll grab a
I-
few beads of nourishment, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, take some
And
now.
If needed, like I could just make sure to bring a spell that for food.
Yeah, I was going to say if we wanted to we're going to take a sleep tonight. Do we want to do it here? And then I have 1/3 left, and if we're going to take a week off, I could use that third if we take one night's rest to make these people a bunch of food before we leave, since it sounds like they need.
Doesn't the food only last like a day though?
But it feeds like 15 people, which would be
yeah.
like, here's a day's food for your most of your town, because this place looks small, doesn't it?
this place.
Are we still looking around in here?
Pretty big.
Yeah, we should. I mean, we should check out the rest of this cabin. There could just be more in here as we're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Create food.
45 pounds of food.
Up to
So you guys
15
can
humanoids.
find over here. There's like this overgrown mushroom garden.
Mushroom?
Hmm.
Try the shrooms.
Do I know what those are?
There is some of it is basilisk breath.
Oh.
Let's see.
Huh. These are from me. These are mine.
Some of it is mandrake root. Basically, anything that you could find in forest, cavern, or mountain.
How?
Chroma
What?
slime. And there's a lot. Pretty much 300 gold's worth of each. But regardless of the...
Of each of them?
So anything that says forest, mountain, or cavern.
Got it.
There's a shitload of stuff in here. Definitely an alchemist's garden. 1,000 years ago, so some of it has kind of died away, a good bit of it, but some of it has overgrown.
I will take as much as I can.
Take all of it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
If there's any of that you want me to look at and try to learn how to grow, I can, for what we've been working on.
Got it. I think one of these could help with the same thing that we're trying to do with people upstairs, but I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, so basically what you've got there is some disease, resist cold, sustenance,
Yeah, sustenance, blood
greater
grass.
healing,
Yeah.
invert effect, poison to cold damage, poison to radiant damage, paralysis poison, slow poison.
Excellent.
Hmm.
I could do some of the sustenance stuff and make some things for the troops. But that I will do while we're resting.
You could also probably give it to Ben's father and people of his workshop.
Possibly, yeah. Alright.
At some point I should learn his name.
Alva?
Yeah, him.
Ben's dad.
Him.
Yeah. The dad. Are there things in this door?
That's not it.
Oh. Okay. Does that seem to be it?
Yeah, this is the... Well, it's...
Okay. Well, great.
Well then.
Successful endeavor.
Sure.
We were promised slightly inconvenient. It was a little more than that, but it was worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I
it's-
agree.
At least it's dealt with and not, well, the fact that the sinkhole is just there and a continuous problem of the city is a whole other thing. But at least they don't have,
This particular outcropping of bullshit.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
Do you think
Yeah.
that circle is something that was causing the ghost douchebaggery up above? Is that something that you could destroy or dispel?
Do we know if we could just destroy it or if it has any
check.
relation?
It definitely has something to do with creating undead. You could probably dispel it.
I have a third.
So do I. So we could just dispel it and call it a day.
You'd have to make a
Perhaps.
roll.
Perhaps she dispels and you can save yours for the food for the people.
Or either one of us can do the food thing. I think I dispel and she guides.
She can guide herself too.
Oh, right, duh.
All right. I'll go ahead and do that then.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll Arcana guidance?
No,
or...
it's wisdom check.
Oh, Wait,
Oh,
I'll
wisdom
play
check, sorry.
you a little tune first and inspire you.
Excellent. Thank you. Wisdom. Oh God. Guidance. D6 still.
Always.
It will be.
It's never gonna be a D8.
17 total. That's what I wanted. As you see,
Hey.
it dissipates from the ground.
Okay.
All
I have no
right.
more that levels fails.
The threat
Yeah.
levels of each of those things were like opposite from what I expected them to be. I thought the bone thing was supposed to be really hard. And it would have been if you hadn't just been... That circle of death
Well.
was abysmal.
That
Well,
first,
Yeah.
the
No,
first
I would have
one
definitely
you-
knocked out if it.
It never
It
got the
was
whirlwind
supposed
back,
to.
so...
Exactly. If we got to whirlwind back, then we
Yeah.
probably would have all died. So.
Yeah.
I rolled 1, 3, and
Yeah.
2.
Whirlwind did a lot of damage.
Yes,
The
it
whirlwind
did.
was
That's
fucking
why,
insane.
that's why I opened with it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's what you
It's
always
the-
do with every monster. That's
Yeah,
how it
I'd
works.
say that's
Yeah.
the dragon approach.
Yeah, you
there.
open with the strong thing, because who knows if you'll get to do it again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what cool thing does this monster do? Cool, he does it on turn 1 and
Monster does a lot of cool things. Alright. You guys can climb back up out of the hole.
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, Millicent, go break a window or something.
I mean, Celsi did say
Okay.
she was gonna wait outside for you guys, so...
Oh.
Oh, okay.
That was just if you needed to escape quickly.
Oh. Oh.
No,
Don't hit the
never mind.
window. Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
hold on,
Okay.
never mind.
Okay.
Can
guess
She
it's
opens the door for you. Well, you look a little
Hello.
worse for wear, but...
Well, we did it. That's what matters.
Good.
No more ghosts.
Good. No more umbrellas?
No more umbrellas.
Also
At
good.
least in this part of town.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll take what we can get.
There are some things down there that will be helpful to the ladder in general. We'll go update Ben on it, but there is quite a bit of healing down
Oh, that's
there.
good.
Yes.
Alright. Well, thanks. Didn't expect
Of
help this
course.
quickly.
So that one was an alchemist's lab. So if you find more things, more openings, who knows what else there can be, but at least that source of problem should no longer produce problem.
Take it.
If more openings do crop up, please do let us know.
We will. And we might throw a tarp over them first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well, thanks. We'll get to fixing that hole and making it walkable so people can get down there and get whatever it is.
Of course. Alright, well. Let's go find Jensen.
Mhm.
Do you want to rest the night here and I do the food thing, or do we just go back and...
Uh-oh.
So, how many people live here?
About 8,000.
Oh, it's not worth it.
This is the second biggest city in the ladder behind St. Aelith.
Dude, I can feed 15 people. It's not even gonna fucking drop in the bucket.
Yeah, let's just
I
fly
do
back.
have beads in my backpack. That's about it.
I'd rather give those to Ben specifically. He can divvy them out how he deems fit.
Yeah.
Or barber's wit. Alright,
Yep.
let's get out of here.
Yeah.
You do. Somebody roll a d10 for me.
Let's do it.
Oh.
Friendly skies, as friendly as they can be. You get out of the thunder snow. Takes about 4 hours to get back up to the island with St. Aelith on it. Clearer skies up here, just lightly falling snow. About close to sundown when you land back down.
We'll just go straight to Ben.
Yeah.
He seems to be working on something with Julia on the table. Oh,
Hello, we're back.
good. You
Mhm.
Take care of it.
Yes, job done. No more ghosts. Or
I like take off the backpack. I open the bag. I take out the big jar. I just set it up. That's for you.
Pot.
but look inside the pot.
Yeah. I open it. Look.
These are beads of
Balls.
nourishment.
Oh. That's great.
Uh-huh.
Quite a lot.
Yeah,
Not only that, but down in the same place there was a jar this big full of healing potion.
also good.
We took a fair amount of it because we go through a lot of that shit.
Yeah,
but
I imagine.
wanted to let you know for whatever was left to
Great.
distribute.
Yeah, we'll definitely get some people down there working on that. Shit. Okay. Well, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
And this food is good.
There's a lot of people that could use this food on the ladder, obviously, but we brought it because thought it would be worth having in your pocket if you do talk to the islands, because what they want out of Hotela is farmland. So if you can provide a temporary solution, perhaps you can stave off the Hotela thing until after the war. Your
Okay.
call on which seems like a more
Yeah.
valuable use of this resource, but wanted it to be in your hands to use.
All right. Yeah, I'll
Up to you if a
figure that out.
gigantic jug of healing potion is in the mix too.
Yeah, we just couldn't
Also
bring that
good
one
point.
back.
Yeah. Okay. Figure that out. Okay. Well, that's good.
No, yeah.
Sounds like it was worth the trip then.
I'd say so.
The alchemist pile that had this stuff was not so awesome, but worth it.
Right?
We sleep.
Yeah. It looks like you guys could use it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
seems like
I'm tired.
You want to hang around town for a week?
I think that'd be
I think we should. And
For the
then
best.
It's a conflux.
Yes, indeed.
Pirates first, or then Tycon.
A secondary
Pirates.
conflict point. Well,
Alright. I just feel like maybe we shouldn't. I feel like this should be maybe our last long rest. Well,
This
We
is the
should
last.
go Tycon first since we gotta just talk.
This is
Versus...
the last planned one. We'll see what
last
happens.
planned one, but also I mean, honestly, I would rather be fully rest by the day when the day comes. You know.
Oh, yeah.
That too.
Mhm.
We can probably do both of the island's requests in one rest.
Do our best not to expend that much of our energy.
I would say expend all of our energy, get both of those, and then rest again to be ready for whatever happens next.
Also, if we really
Prefer
needed a...
Tycon
Oh, we're gonna
Before-
Tycon. So...
before the day comes.
Also, I could cast Divination and see which one could be a bit better for us.
Worth a shot.
Jensen, could you fly down and invite Merrimack up here tomorrow?
yeah, sure.
You think should listen? Or should somebody go?
I mean,
He was the first one that she spoke to.
yeah,
True.
she's okay.
Alright.
Might as well get those talks started.
Come up with a speech this week.
Oh,
Yeah.
before
I've
we
been
leave.
writing things down.
Yeah, Ben, are you ready to talk to Merrimack in the next day or two?
I mean, I can't imagine there's anything more I can prepare.
Are you going to join us in the speech?
He knows my situation, I think. I have been trying to rally people as best I can, but I'm also trying not to get my head shot at with arrows. So I think I'll stay here. Unless you think it would benefit you to have me out there with you.
I think it would.
I think it'd be good for them to see that you're there with us.
Yeah. Because the whole thing is supposed to be a binding factor, so.
So let's
Yeah.
do it. What, how much are you going to share?
Considering what's going on in Godshold and the current rhetoric they're trying to push, I think on my half I should
Quite a bit.
That's-
should say who I am.
Yes, I think that'll help.
Rook, on the other hand, I don't think he did. I
I
think we
think-
established that we don't really want to go
Do you
that
think
far.
it matters if I share that Isaac Zelton, or should I keep that to myself?
I think
It might
You
not
could-
hurt.
if you can play off being Isaac Zelton, that might help. But trying to explain the Rook Isaac,
I would leave
No,
that
no,
part
that
I'm
part
out.
not-
no.
that would
That
just
still
muddy
blows
the
my
water.
mind.
As far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned, I'm only explaining that part to those I've already explained it to.
Okay, then yeah, I think seeing the leadership, or what could be leadership, of
If
these
who's on Ben's side.
disparate
Yeah, I mean, we
factions.
effectively have the people who used to be in charge of Zeltenbrock and the people who used to be in charge of Godshold here. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good argument right there.
Yeah.
Strong case.
Hmm.
strong case for
Nice.
rallying my people together and a strong case for them to want to attack us, but they already
going to.
do. So,
They
Yeah.
already do, and the only way they're not going to is if we appease this stupid ass request that they made.
Right.
So
you
That
can.
they're
Yeah.
going to attack.
The
but-
way that they might not.
Yeah, I mean, you can lose a fight, but you can't win a surrender. We're not doing that.
Mm-mm.
But it's certainly going to help to get my guys back on board. And I don't. Yeah, when I meet with, I've been meaning to get down to St. Carzire and just try and see some of what's going on in some of the other places around here, because I've been stuck in St. Aelith this whole time, and there was originally a Tarstack in every city, and now there's just me here. I might try to see if Merrimack wants to meet me there, just
St. Carzai?
to give her an idea of what she's asking for.
Not a bad plan.
And
based on
Also
what we
because-
saw today, it's not in great shape right now.
no, but I
Yeah.
want to get down there and try to get those people, the people that live there, to notice that I'm there too, right?
Yeah.
And that I'm trying to help them out too. But if I can bring Mary Mac there, then I can show her, look, this is the state of what this island is right now. It might not be the best spot for you guys anyway, but I want her to meet Celsi as well. She's pretty much been the de facto person in charge down there.
Looks
We
like
met her
it.
briefly. Didn't really stay long to talk, just jumped down a hole and fought some stuff.
She's good people. She basically built that temple from the ground up about 20 years ago.
I would say I wouldn't give up more than half of the islands, but the half that they would want has the 2 cities.
I mean, there's small villages and farmable land in the northern part as well. The lake is fishable. There are
Split it
people
at the
living
river.
there. If they are
Say split it
interested,
at the lake.
if they're interested in, yeah, we'll talk.
Or split it along the river.
I want to find out what she actually wants
Fair
first and
enough.
foremost. If she is
So-
true that she just wants land for her people and places to farm and live and grow in relative safety, then taking the northern half of the place past Lake Holtela and having use of the lake should be more than enough for them. And
That's true.
I wouldn't be displacing too many of my people by doing that. I would be displacing maybe about 1,000 in total. But I don't see any reason why Merrimack would also not just say, yeah, you guys can live here too. If what she actually wants is a place for her people to live,
Yeah.
there's no reason we can't do that in relative peace.
Yeah.
Make sure there's some sort of a peace treaty signed between the two of us.
She would be throwing in her lot with us, and she would
Yes.
have no reason to want anything ill for my people. We can work together,
Well,
Yeah.
assuming she is telling the truth.
And
Yeah.
like it's not like she seems smart enough. Like it's not like if she wants food and water, she's not gonna go displace the Quinn farmers because they're technically not her people. Like
Yeah, they will be her people if she signs on with us. She's putting a target on her back too.
Yeah.
This is existential for us, and it will be for them if they, throw in their lot with us. So it makes sense to.
It's also worth remembering that that's not how they think down there. They're going to think in terms of raiding and taking. Farming is going to be entirely new, so
And it's odd that she would suggest it. So maybe I'm overly skeptical. Maybe she really is looking for a new way of life for her people to keep them safe, but I'm not going to know until I talk to her. I mean, you guys got to read on her. I am assuming you are just as healthily skeptical as I am.
also, real quick, the robo voice has been coming in pretty consistently.
Cool.
Sorry, I was hoping for it to
Is
go to.
is that just on our end, or is that
Yeah,
for
it's
you
not
guys
gonna
too?
it's not gonna pick up on the stream, but it is for
Oh,
you
now
guys.
Okay.
it was fine before.
All right, well that's fine then.
I mean, quite honestly, they seemed, from the very brief interactions we had from the Sky Lords and her, they were fine enough, I guess, for
That's also
pirates.
what they wanted us to see because they wanted us to
Yes.
help them.
Well, but we also met, like some of the people on, what was it, Eastgate. That the man there was interesting, but
I'm
I
just
don't know.
saying, having experience with pirates down below, my expectations are
yeah. So we obviously we should not trust them fully.
I mean, like I said, I respect the skepticism, especially of you who have had experience with pirates, but I also think there is something to be said for the difference between the pirates of Spindrift and the pirates of the Unnamed Island. I mean, these guys are
Seems like-
generally known to operate with a certain level of honor. Honor among thieves, though it is, they generally don't go after people who won't be able to afford the loss. They basically never raid the ladder. And they could.
and they probably wouldn't follow Merrimack if there wasn't a bit of structure.
Yeah.
So
I mean, they pretty much go after Tychon and Zeltenbrock and occasionally places in Shavirik, but
right now we
occasionally
can get
God's
behind-
Hold, but not really that much. They pretty
right now
much,
we can certainly get behind Zeltenbrock.
yeah. Well, and if we can't get the Elsinars on our side, then they can keep going after them too, as far as I'm concerned. And they
Or
have
if any of them-
some
If
arrangements
any
with.
particular one doesn't come with us, then they can target them all they want.
They have some arrangements with the people of Saint Enwinel as well, because they kind of supply them with hoppers every so often, and they make stuff there. So it's they have a strange societal structure down there, but if they want to try and conjoin with us and assimilate into what we have going on up here, I'm not inclined to turn them away. But I gotta talk to her first.
Yes.
Get a read on her. Yeah. The problem is, the way that I see it is, it's going to make us look particularly bad to the people of Tychon and ostensibly Almarna if there was any chance of us throwing something their way. Because you know, and all of the innocent people of Zeltenbrock and Godshold who have been kind of swept up in this propaganda by their leaders, they're gonna have a field day with us signing up with pirates, right? But there's not really.
We don't look great right now, anyways.
Like the options are, we look bad but have a better chance of living, or just we look bad and die.
It
And-
also
Which
depends.
is what we can
when-
explain to the other leaders.
It also depends on when you publicly have your show of good faith.
Yes.
We could try to hold off on that until we can talk
That's
to some
probably
of the
wise,
others.
and they would need time to set up and whatever anyway.
I mean, you could only offer the land to them if we, survive.
Got to be land to offer in the first place.
Yes.
So yeah, you guys rest up here and meet with Dominic tomorrow, and Jensen can fly down to Rhino's Eye and come back with Mary Mac if she's amenable to it. And actually, before you go down there, could you fly me to St. Lasgar? Or St. Karzar, rather? Yeah, I can do that.
Right. Can we use this space for our meeting with Mr. Morris?
Sure, yeah.
Just because
I'll
of
go
the
down there
whole-
at the end of the week so that if you guys want me around for public appearances, we can do that. So I'll be here to
That-
meet with Dominic.
That would be good.
All right. Well, strangely enough, I'm feeling somewhat confident for the first time in a while.
Great, it's good to hear.
Mhm.
It's probably just the anxiety talking, but if this group can't get this done, then I don't think anybody could, so.
Ugh.
If you would try.
They would be right not to. Alright, go get some rest. You guys look like hell.
Mhm.
That obvious, huh?
Yep. Is that a tooth?
Don't worry about it.
Alright. You guys can set about your long rest. You guys can figure out what you want to do during that rest as we take a break.
Yes.
Alright, we'll see you soon. And we are back. So, you guys have your week of long rest here that you guys can kind of decide if there's anything in particular, downtime-wise, that you want to do or that you want to work on, or people that you want to talk to, or conversations you want to have amongst yourselves.
At some point during the week, I will go and talk to Celeste. I imagine that we are going to be the ones talking, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, mostly us, and then I'm sure, depending on how safe we think Ben will feel. Honestly, I could probably just cast a.
Doesn't feel like much of a talker.
No, but I think having him do the introduction and having him be there is
yeah.
important.
Yes, maybe the introductions would be nice. Yes.
Yes. But a lot of the info that we need to share is simple, but doing so is going to be a bit tricky. So.
Yes.
So I was thinking. Ben introduce and address the issue that he wants to talk about and lead into probably me, where I can talk a bit on at least the old church and new church situation, and then drop the whole Florence
bomb.
situation. Yeah, drop the bomb, basically.
Yeah.
In a way that, doesn't sound made up, because if people haven't seen me before, then they could just see this lady on stage trying to say that I was the previous high priestess.
Oh, we could have
So-
Ben attest or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Yeah, I'm also trying to tie walk the line of explain that God's Hold and the current way I'm going about it is explain that God's Hold and Zelterbrock have changed rhetoric and branded the powers that be a cult that needs to be removed. Because
Yes.
I don't want information to get misconstrued, and then we're saying things about both of them that they in turn can use about us. Stuff like that.
I think maybe we either let Ben explain that people came from there and that's what they wanted and then hand it off to us, or we say that part.
I think that one. We might just want to ask Ben what he'd prefer as far as what he wants to explain, because if people are already presuming one way or the other about him, he might not think that the point would get across from him.
I could talk about that part. I wasn't really gonna lead into the whole Isaac Sutton thing till like the end of me talking, but
Yeah. You can
up at
introduce.
that point I could just be a member of the Redoubt,
Yeah.
which they might respect more the word of.
That's in the fact that it's been a long while since the actual Seltenbrock name and family has been
Yes.
unfortunate as it is.
It's been about 60 years. So human memory, not so much, but
Yeah.
other people have certainly been around.
Yeah, I mean, I have some stuff to talk about in general, but we'll see. We'll see who Ben hands it off to, or I don't know if
Yeah.
you'd like to do it first, or would I like to do it first. Honestly, this feels more like your area than mine. But
Yeah, honestly, if you don't really want to lean into the Isaac Sultan thing, I could write something down and hand you it, or basically hand you the speech, and you could provide input as to if you want to say anything in these certain parts, or if you think I should change anything.
sure, you could put down some points for me, and I can go off on some tangent about it while I'm up there.
It's mostly I used to know how to do this, and now everything's wonky, and I want to make sure I don't fuck it up again.
give yourself a little bit of guidance before you walk onto the stage, and I'll play you a little song as well.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Is there anything in particular you want to talk about? I mean, you said lean and like you
I
weren't
was
going to
going to
lean
point
super.
out that, at the very least, from your side, you, with us, have helped the Holy Triumvirate, at a point in the past, recently, you helped them recover some goods, and it's just I was going to point that out so that, there can be some peace, there can be some good nature towards those of the old church and those of the powers that be. And for me, I was going to point that, though I don't really recall any specific situation like that happening where, I'm just specifically helping the old church people, but I was going to relate to them that I know what it would be like, or what it is like to be separated from your homeland, and that would lead into Isaac's Zell. Since they're separated from God's hold, some of them, from their religious homeland,
Okay.
something I was going to put in there, I don't know.
I think that's pretty solid. And then they could just lead into me and explaining like, yes, I've been helping out, but I explain the whole Florence situation.
Yeah.
And go from there. Yeah, I'll write some things down, but kind of ad lib it for some pieces because audience gauge and all that.
Well, you can do the talking first, or me first and hand it off to you.
I think you first and hand it off if you want to speak
Start with
your
what I
piece.
just said, and then give it to you.
That sounds fine with me.
Oh, I was obviously going to talk about that Byron had this piece here as well, like the piece between both of them. And I mean, what the fuck happened there? They just forget about him. They forget about all the shit that he did there. Obviously, there's a lot more going on, but
Yeah, no,
I
that's
mean,
also
away 2 months ago now, maybe. And now everything just goes to shit, and they're forgetting about everything that he's done for them and what he's put together here.
that's also a very good point.
I don't know if I should have said that. If I should say that during the speech, obviously not that harshly, but
I mean,
it'll at least make them think.
yeah, and part of what we're gonna have to go off of is looking, or at least acknowledging history, because we have to really go against the whole thing about them being branded as a cult. So
Yeah.
we really just have to work at that angle and make sure that we can counteract it as best we can.
Yeah, well, I'm sure when there was not the powers that be, there were plenty of different sects of the old religion that went at each other's throats too. But there was some relative peace, as far as I recall. So.
And I would tend to agree. Like, it's not like all of the old gods get along with each other 100% of the time, so.
Well, right. Well, I'll start with something, and then it can be you.
All right.
Imagine it was just the two of you at this conversation.
I mean,
yeah, I would have come to her just to her, but we can tell you both our plans later.
Yeah, I would probably ask both of you if you wanted to be on stage, because showing
I feel like that's fair. Yeah.
Having the redoubt stand forward, yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I would say with whatever you all are saying, just remember at the end of this that it's not just to give information, you're rallying to a purpose, so try to tie it back to this is the leadership that could be. This is an example of not strife between these factions, you, and Ben, that could be rebuilding these relationships with the help of the people and with the support of whoever.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Powers
Because
that
you're
be,
definitely
be
going to blow
oh
some
God, Ben the ladder.
Yeah, you're definitely going to blow some minds. So as long as you can turn it back onto like a yes, I know you're confused, but do this.
I know there's a lot that we just said, but
Yeah.
And yeah, it's the whole toe the line thing of just we have to find a balance between info dump and or I say info dump,
Yeah.
the two lines of information that are relevant, and then
How to make something
Celeste and I are of two different faiths, and we get along swimmingly. So
Or just the idea there's a big evil we need to band together in order to take on
Yeah,
the big bad.
there's people from Nova Skies that want to kill us all. So maybe
Look.
get your shit together, people.
Put our
Let's-
differences aside, work together for the big bad against the big bad.
yeah, listen, we're all great friends here. Rook's only stabbed me once, and it wasn't because I was religious, it was because he was crazy.
Wait, what?
I'm glad you understand that, Celeste.
Wait,
I just
then
like
I
giving you
who
shit for it.
stabbed who? You haven't actually told her this.
I just like bringing it up passive aggressively.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It was a one-time
Wait, does this
thing.
really happen, or is it a metaphorical knife?
I
Oh,
probably
yeah, I have
well.
scars.
I probably wouldn't bring that one up.
I wasn't.
Celeste sees it as passive aggressive. Rook sees it as aggressive.
Millicent sees it as confusing, but still somehow exciting.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what she's here for.
She's still looking over like, now Keith?
I wasn't, but you know.
Enemies
You
to
know what?
lovers?
Still hoping.
Slow burn?
So, very slow burn.
I imagine you all would like to be there when we talk to Morris, possibly the Cockroach King.
Yes.
Yeah.
I also think we should be up there on the stage with you in case everything goes to hell. If
That was
there
my
are
other
fire
thing.
Agents,
Then we
yeah,
Very least, you two should stand near Ben.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
was
was thinking that.
I have my
Yeah.
4th level slot still, and I was honestly just gonna. If I was going to ask Ben to come up on stage, I was gonna just put it on Ben. Or Death
Yeah.
Ward.
Yeah.
Might as
Yeah.
well. I think.
'Cause
Yeah,
Would
we
not
really
be
can't have him
opposed to
dying.
Yeah.
We can't have him die. Does that we're gonna defeat a lot of be bad.
Alright.
All right. You guys can hang out for a bit before the mayor does come back with Dominic.
Mm.
You see, it looks pretty much exactly like what you would expect the head of worship for the thief to look. Pale skin, he's kind of bright green eyes, bald, probably in his 30s, human. He's got like several earrings and bracelets and rings in triplicate bands all over. He's kind of short. So I guess the meeting with the Redoubt.
Yes, lucky man.
I must be very important.
Hmm.
Just
Well,
got like
you
this
know.
sharp, pointy goatee.
Mm.
You know, we've heard some rumors that perhaps you and I might have some common connections.
I think perhaps
Let's
we
just say
do.
that.
I think perhaps we do. And she and I, for that matter. Points at Millicent.
Yes.
Like, oh,
I am, regrettably, I must inform you, I am not the man they think I am. I was
Insight
relatively...
check.
Go for it.
Just
Yeah.
brief, can you in the tower or?
You can put it in the chat, it's fine.
Okay.
I would like to as well.
Oh. Millicent
Yeah,
coming in.
check out.
He's a slippery guy, but you also you feel like he doesn't really have any reason to lie to you right now.
Yeah.
We're practiced at
He
reading
doesn't-
Slippery. We hang out with Rook all the time.
He doesn't want to be sold off to BI, so he would have reason to lie on that regard, but you get the feeling he's telling the truth, and if he were who they think he is, you wouldn't know either way.
Yeah.
I did kind of think it would have been weird if you were.
Yeah, well, I mean, just from considering how long the Cockroach King has been around, I would have started being him when I was very, very young, if I was.
Maybe it's like a title thing that gets passed on, but
Could be. But I never was.
Okay.
I was relatively, and still do keep relatively close contact with Gatsby and Midas, but I am not. Not their employer.
well, that's unfortunate. I kind of already keep contact with those two, so I guess we're not making any headway on that front. But
Not
I mean,
on-
I guess we already headway since.
Not on that front, but I do have some documents that you might find somewhat interesting to look at, Mr. Rook.
Oh, well, I'm sure I would.
Namely, blueprints.
I'm listening.
He just kind of looks around at everybody. He
They're
stays,
fine.
just stays in his room. He pulls out a scroll case and unrolls what looks like detailed drawings of the factory at Onric.
Oh, yes, yep.
Since
Go
these
forward.
bastards want me dead and want me in their custody, I feel like the people who are going to stop them from doing that deserve a little bit of something. So here you go. I took these before I left. They are, as far as I'm aware, extremely accurate.
Well, we'll make good use of these
There is
other factories.
Yeah, there is a large factory there. This is also an extremely important point for funneling goods from Braddock, the three brothers, Eckstein, and Astor. All get funneled through Onric. And there is a factory here where they create the steam carts that they use to transport goods around.
That's right.
It's headed up by Frederick, the nephew of Andreas. And I used to work for him very closely until he discovered who I was.
I should assume that's one of the names on your list.
Oh yeah.
Well, I will bequeath
your-
these to you, and you can do
Thank
with them what you might.
In your professional opinion of Zeltenbach, what would be the second place that you would target on that continent? On the island, rather?
The second place?
Yes.
The first being Drexler? Or Fairburg?
Well, where do you think would be advantageous for us to attack that's other than Fairburg and other than Drexler?
Well, Onric is a good start, I think.
Yes, and then
Forsberg?
okay,
That's sort of their tie to... I mean, if you
Yes.
really want to hit them where it hurts, Astor. Astor is where they
Yeah.
get all of their powerful mages from,
well, yes,
and that's where the
but,
sword resides.
of course, but we'd have to
Yeah,
fight the
yeah,
powerful mage.
yeah, of course. Yeah, no, as far as feasibility and as far as making a dent, Onric, Forsberg, those are good places to start. If you wanted to start smaller potatoes and just get a feel for the land, Eckstein, Eckstein, Braddock, Farmand all have some things going on, and some people who know things that are going on. Zindin is sort of a separate element, but
Right.
How much do you know about Asta?
good amount.
Oh,
The Sword of Asta?
Sword of
What?
Asta is a very well-funded mercenary group.
And it's just experienced teachers and lots of money that's the reason why they're as scary as they are?
Pretty much. They have access to a lot of powerful and strong fighters that are paid very, very handsomely by BI to be effectively their personal bodyguards and their on-call militia. Technically, anybody can hire their services, but they have a long-standing retained relationship with BI.
I was hoping there'd be something a bit more
Now there is
tangible to it that would be.
something else at Astor as well, where Samus Nalor does his dirty work.
yes. And that's the stuff with Clifford. I suppose we could try to destroy the gridliner dock south of Braddock.
Cameron Hamilton, the man who is one of the leadership in Braddock. Perhaps the only good man on BI's payroll.
I've heard.
Do you think he would want to leave, or
I don't know, I've never met him.
assist, but yeah, I'd have to meet him for myself, and there might be ways that we could help him and he could help us.
Sabas Nalor is, in Astor, a very, very close ally to Andreas. Other than Kristoff, he is the right hand, where the left is Dodric. Sabas was with him when he built the first Warforged. He is the reason, he is sort of the other half of the brains behind the operation. Where Andreas focuses on all of the mechanical aspects, Sabas is the magical mind. He discovered the connection between the conflux points and the Warforged forges. And he does a lot of research there with a lot of people who would probably rather not be involved in it, but he discovers a lot of things for our good friend Andreas.
so he's a man who needs to be removed, but also is terrifying to fuck with?
Oh,
Very
yes,
powerful
indeed.
ally.
Yes, indeed.
As far as I'm concerned, he's probably second to last to go
I have
on my list.
one other piece of information that is somewhat rumor, but I have reason to believe the person who told me it. That might change some things about how this all goes down, but the rumor says Sabas and Andreas and a number of other scientists and mages and soldiers all were together and took a trip to the central continent around the time of the surge.
To Panacea?
Mm-hmm. And only some of them came back.
Do you know which ones?
Sabas and Andreas,
That's it.
all that I know of. Something happened there. I don't know if it was shortly before or shortly after the surge that they went there. Sources differ. But I imagine it is a little bit of information like this that make me somewhat dangerous man for them to keep alive, so I will share them with people who I think might be able to use them efficiently.
Appreciate it. Well, this has been very helpful. Thank you. I don't know what you plan on doing by the time that next month comes around, but
Not
Being
being
far
here,
from here.
I would be not here. Yeah,
I will be getting in touch with some friends.
good.
Not be in the triumvirate either, if possible.
Yeah.
Well, I will probably be back in Southern. Hiding in
Right.
plain sight. Where your mother is.
That seems to be the plan.
For those of you still near Forsberg, is that right? From what I recall?
Usually around, Three
Or
Brothers.
Three Brothers. Yeah, okay. Three Brothers. Love it. Well, it won't be any time super soon that we head there and make use of the plans, but make good use of them we will.
Good. Fuck them in the ass for me.
Who brought it?
I'm gonna go find a place to get a drink. Walks out.
Well, not the Cockroach King. But again, I didn't really expect him to be.
No.
Do you think they actually thought he was the Cockroach King, or did they just want him?
I think they just kind of said that to have a reason to take him.
Throwing things at the wall to see what sticks.
Maybe they wanted to see if we knew who the Cockroach King was.
Oh,
Do
maybe.
you guys know who the Cockroach King is?
Haven't met him personally.
No.
That is a no, right, Brooke?
I don't know who he is now.
I have learned to. When the answer is not straight,
I have not met him, and no, I don't know who he is.
thank you.
Good.
Both of those are true.
I feel like he would tell us at this point, since he's told us all the rest of it.
Yeah.
What I assume is all the rest of it.
I think I've only met. Who's this other guy?
I think you've only met Midas.
Yeah, okay, I'm about to say.
You haven't met
Yeah, I've only met
Gatsby.
Midas. I haven't met Gatsby because I believe he's over in Zeltenbach with the Cockroach King. So, well, I guess now we wait
Great.
until it's time to talk to the people.
You guys can do that
Make
whenever you like.
flyers. Make flyers. Like, send
can-
out word.
Awesome.
Rally!
Put together something of a stage where the meeting hall used to be.
Yeah, there we go.
Seems fitting.
Right, well, let's just send out the word that
Yeah.
a few days' time there will be some important announcements.
I mean, an address on the state
An
of.
address.
A
on the state
royal
of the
Yeah.
address.
royal address on the state of the land. Oh, Ben, if you could, at the start, maybe introduce us as members of the Redoubt or something.
Yeah.
Past that, I believe Celeste and I can cover the rest of the talking, unless you want to give any points at the end.
I'll probably
beginning.
just introduce and. Yeah. Alright,
Right.
you guys can put that in motion.
Okay.
Throughout this time of downtime before the speech, I would just keep working with the spirit thing, trying
Okay.
to,
Make a wisdom check for me.
yeah. Wisdom. Ah, where's that 20? I wasted it. God.
You try a few times to kind of summon this thing again, but you don't really get much headway.
It's really
Could
magical
we-
when it's Wayne.
Can we work on the Byron portfolio?
Yeah, go ahead
again?
and do
Very
a just an intelligence check for me, just in general.
Alright.
I'll do
With
one for Halvad
advantage
as
with
well.
his. Oh, okay.
I'll do one separately.
Okay.
Okay.
50.
You spend some time working on it. You find a couple of things that seem to point towards. These notes are written in a different hand. This portion of it that you're working on, you don't know exactly whose they are, but they are written in strange ciphers and bits of infernal and abyssal tongue. We are able to translate some portions of them, but they're like archaic. But they seem to indicate that whoever wrote these thought that conflux points could serve as gateways to other realms, other planes, other dimensions, and that the bigger and more powerful the conflux point, the stronger that connection was, and the stronger the more strange and alien the plane to which it connected would be. You find notes that are dated around the time of the surge as well, that seem to indicate that whoever this was that was writing these saw it coming. Well, that's about what you're able to get from this portion, but there's still more to do.
Great. I shared that with them.
Okay.
Alright. Suppose it'll be time then.
All right.
Yeehaw.
You guys do see, as this kind of stage is built, the three members of the Jade Redoubt are just kind of standing around the backside, where there's just this kind of lectern set up. Halvad has built like a sort of rudimentary microphone out of vaguely magical implements, and he's standing up there as well.
Can I also... Oh, can I just make sure to the death ward onto Ben?
Okay, you do. A decent-sized crowd has gathered here. People you recognize that you've seen around the town. Not the full population of the city has dwindled over the last few months. It's probably down to about 9,000, which is still a decent amount of people. You could say probably 2/3 of them are probably here. So there's a decent-sized crowd of people here. And Ben just kind of like walks up with you guys. He has the 5 of you stand behind him. He's kind of like goes up. There's just kind of murmurings and whisperings, and people are looking generally disgruntled. He just kind of goes up, just like, hello. It's me. Look,
Benjamin.
I'm not. Let me make a charisma check for him, just in general. Well, your boy Ben coming in clutch.
Oh! So bad.
I'm not especially good at all of this. That's why I never had to do any of this. But it's been a long time, and I have probably not been as out and about and public-facing as I should have been recently. So I'm going to try and rectify that, and I'm going to ask that you guys be patient with me as I figure out how to do this. I'm sure I don't have to remind any of you all what happened here, where we stand a few months ago. We stand on the ashes of what was once our place of meeting, what was once my family, my family's home, and now we're what's left, and I'm what's left. I know I'm not the king that you wanted, but I'm the one that you have. And I'm going to do my best to earn that title, and I'm going to ask once again that you be patient with me as we figure it out. But, as you all probably have noticed, I have reinstated the Redoubt, as is my right. as my grandfather never did, and many of his ancestors and mine never did for a long, long time, but it seemed the appropriate thing to do. And I'm sure you know them, and you've seen them, and you've met them. They kind of stick out. And I only met them a little under a year ago now. So, they're strangers to me just as they are to you, but I wouldn't be standing here if it weren't for them, and you all wouldn't be standing here either. The Blackmires and the clergy in Godshold think that they can force us to submit with violence and threats of more, and with removing or attempting to remove all the leadership in this country. But they left a couple of us behind, thanks to these guys here. So we're gonna have to do what we can to finish the work that my grandfather and my mother and the rest of my family were trying to do. And we can't do that if we fall into the trap that they want us to fall into, which is fighting amongst ourselves over small things and big things and important things and unimportant things, but we can't do it. That's what they want us to do. And that's what I've been letting happen for too long, and I'm going to do my best to stop it the way that my grandfather was able to, the way that I never was. I've always just kind of been an errand boy, but they came to visit me a number of days ago, me and the Redoubt and my father, and they offered us terms which were quite frankly completely unacceptable and which we will not be accepting. And I'm asking a big favor of all of you in trusting that that was the right decision. Because I truly don't believe that there's anybody out there, anybody away from this country that wants what's in our best interest other than us. But we need to push forward, and we need to find a way to do that. And to that end, I bring you guys some new friends. Some friends who come from far away, some from very far away, and I truly think they're the only things that are going to be between us and the end. And they're much better at this whole talking thing than I am, so I'm going to give the floor to them for a bit.
Guess that's me. Alright, I'll go and take the stand. Hello everyone! I'm sure you've seen me and my friends around, as Ben has said. We try to do our best here, working with Ben. We've putting a lot of faith into him and the people of the ladder. We have heard that there's been some troubles here. As I'm sure most can agree, these are strange and dangerous times that we live in. And now our country is faced with threats from over skies. But I think first here, we need to face what Byron Tarstak set up to do here in the ladder. There was a time, really not too far ago, that those of the old gods and those of the powers that be were relatively peaceful. And I myself don't understand why that couldn't be the same again. Those of the other side in this predicament, they don't... Let's just say they don't really care for the powers that be. Called it a cult and want us to tear down everything that we stood for and everything that we have ever been. Obviously, we will not be doing that. Those are the old gods. I can understand what it's like to be separated from home, as can my associate here, pointed at Celeste. Now, I don't dare to speak too much for her, but she is devoted to the old gods and has been a great aid to those people here on the ladder in the short amount of time that she's been in your lands. fact, more specifically, she recovered some goods stolen from the Holy Triumvirate not too long ago. As I'm sure members of the faith can attest to that.
You see the mayor is out in the crowd, and he just kind of like...
As a follower of the powers that be myself, I can't recall a specific moment in time that I've specifically assisted a member of the old faith, but as I said earlier, I can understand the feeling of being separated from your homeland. I myself, who you see before you is Isaac Zelton.
Just like a murmuring through the crowd.
A once true and born ruler of Zeltenbrock not too long ago. Well, quite some time ago for most people. And like you, I've been cast out of my home. But in the time that we have right now, we can make the ladder as much of a home as we can. I don't plan on being separate from my home forever, and we don't plan on you being here forever either. I think that's enough for me for the time being. But I will pass the torch on to my associate here, Celeste.
Thank you.
As you come by, I'll just... Alright, you've got this. Give you inspiration.
Thank you. Well, like my friend said, we members of the Redoubt come from different religions, walks of life, and ideals, yet come together to assist those in need. I speak to you as a cleric of the old church, but as someone who fully believes that religions can exist peacefully as they've had for years. And I believe this during my time as High Priestess. I was once High Priestess Florence Molnaya, before my expulsion by the current High Priestess. Despite what rumors they told about me, the followers of old and new deserve peace, safety, and the freedom to practice their religion wherever they might live. And as those in Godshold and Seltenbrock might ramp up their aggression towards the new church, I will die to try to make sure that people can try to practice as they please. And I don't have much more to add on to that. But we'll be trying to fight for you as much as we can with the resources that we have available.
The last,
not in the end. Oh, sorry.
The last part of that gets kind of like drowned out as people are starting to like talk and like ask questions amongst themselves, and some of them start to like move forward, but a few members of the Jade Redoubt just kind of like press forward and just kind of hold a line in front of you guys.
And at the end of the day, what they want is separation, and that's something that both Ben and Rook mentioned. And if there's further aggression towards each other and such division, then they get what they want and they have an easier time trying to take over these lands. So at the end of the day, you really just have to help your fellow man and try to create a unity between the two religions. Everyone has the right to practice as they please.
I'm gonna have you guys both do a persuasion check for me.
Oh, sweet God.
You have inspiration and the guidance.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay.
There you go, there you go.
Okay.
Of course.
Still work 20.
You see Ben just kind of like,
Nope.
he's kind of
I
like
can math.
hobbles up
I can math.
as they all just start kind of murmuring and talking and yelling things out. He's just kind of like, okay.
We'll take questions later. No,
Yeah, there's a lot of questions, I am sure. But look, here. The reason why I wanted them to come up here and do this, and I asked them to do this. They're both putting their necks out, right? By putting out there this information, they're putting a target on their backs. For me, some, 26-year-old schmuck who, walks with a limp and doesn't know anything about governance. All I did back home, in St. Luke Hall was go down to Rise and pick up prisoners that nobody wanted, okay? But in doing that, I learned a lot about people. And the people here are good people. I don't care. I know pretty much all of you are probably just like me in that you grew up in a particular faith, in a particular way of life, and that was what you knew, and that was what you did. And I'm fine with that. And I think that that's what makes us people from here, the people that we are, because we follow our traditions, and we really just follow the tradition of not really giving a fuck what other people think about us. My grandfather worked very, very hard in the wake of the surge and before to make sure that anybody who came here knew that they could do what they thought was right. We can't let them bring us down on each other. And the fact that these two, who have more to lose than any of us here, are willing to come out with this and tell you guys this, for my sake and for all of your sake. Look, I know a lot of you don't know me. You knew my grandfather. As far as you're concerned, I'm just some guy, and I get it. And you don't have much of a reason to trust me, but you should at least trust them. We're working with a lot of help from them to make friends. And I'm going to ask a lot of you all in the coming months as we figure out what life looks like for us in times of potentially war and times of potentially famine. But we're going to do what we can to make sure you're all safe. And that's the most important thing. So you might see some new faces around. You might see some strange faces around. But, well, it's not going to get any stranger than this, so. I guess we can take some questions. A few people just yell out, "How do we know you are who you say you are?"
Should we do the Roger thing? Do we?
I see a few more people yelling. It's like, see this elven man is kind of like, "I came from Zeltenbrach. I have seen the Zeltans. He looks like them." Oh, okay. Who are you? Oh, I came from Zelten. I'm just. Why would he lie about this? He's putting a huge target on his back. Otherwise, I guess that's fair.
Can we bring up Roger?
Sure. You can. He just kind of like walks up.
How many of you are familiar with this?
There's a handful.
Those of you who are, you are aware that they can only respond based upon their programming. They speak what they know. Please, expound upon us who this man here is. Point at Brooke.
Isaac Zelten. More?
And who is that? For the people who may be less familiar.
Grand Prince of Zeltenbrach before Andreas Blackmeyer's takeover. Just like gasps throughout the crowd. Convinced? Again, what would he gain from lying about that? Similarly, what would she have to gain from lying about it either? I'm sure many of you followers of the old church will recognize her now that you know. And I'm sure many of you have things you would like to talk to her about. We have a chance here with all of us up here on the stage and all of you down there. We have a chance to figure out what kind of world we want to live in and enact that in a way that we were never able to before. We just have to survive the next year or so. And the way we do that is not by going at each other's throats. So, Mayor Sogdank, I'm going to ask that you and your friends try and open the place back up. And for our part here in town and in all the rest of the cities, we're going to do what we can to keep things peaceful. I am going to request that any of you who have friends and relatives that may be in the northern ladder, St. Lasgar, St. Anton, St. Esme, St. Lucol, even up to St. Baranon, I'm going to ask that people start moving down here. I think it's important that we stick together and consolidate our resources and our manpower, and we simply can't defend those cities if it comes to war, which it very well may. We may be getting some better transport in the coming days. If we do, we'll let you know. But until then, the gridliner docks between the islands are still active, but we will start dismantling them as soon as we get everybody out who wishes to leave. We're not going to force people to leave their homes. If they want to stay there, we're going to make sure they have the food and resources to defend themselves as best they can. But anybody who wants to and is willing to, we're going to bring down here to St. Aelith. There's more murmurings. Apart from that,
Things will get more complicated and more difficult before they get better. You're going to need to be able to rely on those around you. Because when it gets worse, those of us that are trying to help bring peace here now, we will be elsewhere trying to defend and be risking ourselves. Us Redoubt, the Jade Redoubt, you see, whatever soldiers that may volunteer to aid. We'll be putting our lives on the line for the people behind. You will all need to learn to rely on each other and work together and find this peace, regardless of what you think of the leadership that may be in a lot of different places. Because on the tail end of it, it's going to look different, one way or the other.
go ahead and make a persuasion check.
People in the crowd. Is that a tree up there?
Yeah.
You're just astonished at the trees up there talking.
You're just distracted by the fact that it's a
Do
talking
you speak
tree.
tree?
Bro.
He's like accidentally speaking primordial this whole time.
Oh yeah, I
God
understood.
damn.
Like yeah, like no one understood that.
Look, what our friend here is trying to get across is a couple of months ago, invaders showed up and blew up our city and killed your friends, your family, your loved ones, your leadership. Those are the people we need to be turning our swords against, not each other. Once we face the outside threat, we can deal with the internal issues. My grandfather was a big believer in that. But we simply can't do both at once. And one of them is existential.
Plus, their swords are already turned against us right now, so at the very least, we have to be prepared to defend.
Crumble, fading.
You guys hear some footsteps
Like,
behind
good
you
job, Brisson.
as you see Julia just kind of stepping up onto the stage.
Oh.
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 Yes, hi, hello.
Oh.
Some of you might recognize me, some of you might not, but my great uncle is the one who's attacking all of you right now, and there's a lot of yelling in the audience. I just spent a long time training in Tanagra, and anybody who wants to learn how to fight can come and see me. And anybody who wants to know a thing or two about what's going on with Blackbite Industries is free to come and ask. And for those of you in the audience who are reporting back to my family, please make sure you spell it right. It's Julia. Thank you. She just kind of bows back and walks back to the building.
Julia, what the fuck?
Well, all right. We really just clear in the air here. Got it.
Yeah.
Fade away.
I couldn't let you be the only one that my family was going to come after in the city.
Body.
She just kind of walks off, and everybody in the crowd is just like,
So yes, we have many elements at play here.
it's bigger than y'all thought, huh? Any more questions? Let's get to work.
Yeah.
He just kind of heads off.
Well,
Wow.
hopefully that went well.
I mean, no
People
one's
just
setting
kinda-
fires yet.
Scatter off.
I don't know. Was this like partway through the long rest?
Yeah.
Right. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think I'm just going to make the extent of my plans for however much longer we rest in town to just be seen.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
And if people want to talk, give them the space and try to bring some level of comfort, since we probably just blew a lot of minds.
Yeah. I can
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
I will definitely. Yeah.
Spend some time in the taverns.
Okay.
I like to believe I'm a
Just
likable
kinda
fellow.
Make public appearances and
Yeah. It's me, everyone.
Your favorite guy, Isaac Seltenbrock.
Yeah.
Totally not a robot in Isaac's body.
Isaac Zelton's here in the house, everyone.
you know him. You love him. You love to know him.
As he waits for some BI agent to jump him in an alley.
Yep.
He's more excited about that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, generally the sentiment in the city seems to be more positive after that. People ask you guys a lot of asinine questions, which you do your best to field. Many people from the old church just flock around Celeste and ask for clarification about some of the things that they have heard about you.
Yeah, that's fair.
New lady, kind of a bitch.
Mhm.
Yeah, not surprising when it's just like, new high priest is like, wow, that old one did all these terrible things, and, yeah, and now please ignore the fact that I'm about to do all the terrible things I said she would do.
And Julia just kind of like goes into a tavern and just sits at the bar drinking and just
Nice.
like talking to people.
Nice.
Well, no one's tried to kill us yet.
Towards the end of the week,
Oh.
Jensung flies Ben down and a couple of Jade Redoubters down to St. Karzire.
Do we want to be in this meeting?
No.
No,
Okay.
he's got it. He's fine.
Hmm.
Halved goes as well.
Are you sure he's got it?
Now we're in charge of the city.
Do you really want that?
Sure, why not?
He was supposed to be in charge of a country.
Start small.
Yeah.
To be fair, I guess this is most of this country at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great, you guys hang out.
Well,
You get your long rest.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Could I try again? Just do my
Yeah,
spirit
go ahead and do a
thing
wisdom check.
for the second half of this week. Oh my fucking god. I can't
it's
Get a
believe
little
it.
bit of
Slightly
movement,
better
but
last
not
time.
much more than you had before.
Robin,
Would there have been enough time to do one more portfolio check? Or no?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Oh. And can
Robin,
I
what
just...
did we end up doing with the chain? Did you attune to it?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, cool.
Hey,
I was just making sure one of us wrote it down.
Yeah,
You
I
do
got
get a little bit more information. This part of the portfolio seems to be research done a long time ago, like pre-Black Myers, Zelton era studies. That it was like a meteorologist studying the weather patterns over Panacea. And he noted that they were completely irregular and seemingly magical in nature, and also noted that there were no, of the minimal sort of pre-ascension records that there are, nothing mentioned there being an island there before the ascension. And these notes were collected by whomever wrote the notes that you read previously. And they were part of whatever that person's research was. But like everything else, cryptic and difficult to decipher. And there is still more.
Great.
Also, just point of order, can I go ahead and just store 3 potions of healing in the
Yep.
contingency band? Cool.
Yep.
How does that thing work again?
There are 3 potions. I can store up to 3 potions in it, and then immediately after I take damage while wearing the ring, I can use a reaction and gain the healing effects of one of the consume potions.
Was it empty when you got bopped earlier?
Yeah.
This is good. Now Celeste will stay up.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
Mhm.
hopefully.
At least one time.
Alright, so so pirate next or Tycon next?
Hear news of how Ben's meeting went and go from there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's
yeah.
gonna be our deciding factor.
And if we want to do divination, we can, but I think the meeting things could be way more important, so it doesn't matter.
Divinations for like the next 7 days or something, right?
Yeah, so it'd be at the end of this week, basically.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I'm interested in Tycon, but I think we've got a better shot with the ladder or with the Isles. So if we can guarantee,
Yeah, I mean, I'd just rather get things. In Tycon, they're so far away that if they were going to help us by this time next month, I just feel like it'd be better for them to have more time to get to them.
that's true.
End of the week, Ben does return with the gang that he left with.
How'd it go, Ben?
It was surprisingly reasonable, all things considered.
Did your father force you into an arranged marriage?
Not yet, although he's going to try, I think.
Well done.
Oh.
Well done avoiding that.
For now.
Well, wait for Ophelia, alright.
Assess options.
Anyway, I actually think that she does just want a place for her people to live that's not barren and weirdly jungly. She was not especially impressed with the climate down there, which I don't blame her for, but I do think we can probably come up with something that's acceptable for everybody with regards to Holtela. That said, she does want you to kind of make good with the rest of the Skylords before making any long-term commitments.
There it is.
But ultimately, about as good as we could hope for.
I suppose that answers the next question.
So we do the next. We make good with the others, and they would be willing to say, "Help us by this time, 12th of Arc."
Or hopefully before. However
Oh.
quickly you can get that thing done.
Oh, it sounds like maybe that first.
To hear
then.
her tell it, they've got fleets ready to go pretty much whenever. She just wants to make sure all of her people are on board before she makes a commitment for the whole of them.
Alright. So perhaps we get that underway first, and then we go to Tycon and do as much as we can.
Yeah.
Do we have a circle for here?
Don't remember.
We get that underway, go to Tycon, and then whatever support we get in Tycon, we fly back with a fleet of airships.
You have one for the workshop in St. Baranon.
Okay.
No, we might as well do unnamed islands, go Tycon, and then work our way backwards with hopefully airships.
Could we get another sending stone underway made for us or something?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. We might need, if we go over the whole teleportation circle route at any point at all, it would be better if we had one connecting us to our captain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well, where to?
I guess we go to Fletcher's Point first. That's the closest one.
Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Well, best of luck down there.
Thank you. Hopefully we don't get turned to stone.
Hopefully.
Real disappointing end to this whole thing.
Somebody can roll a d10 for me.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
winds are fine.
Perfect wins all the time.
You guys. Yeah. It takes about 6 hours on the sky. But you do get down to Fletcher's Point. An interesting looking city as you guys land.
Great.
I'm trying to find the note. It looks like it houses probably 5,000-6,000 people, and it's built kind of in the middle of a jungle. There's just like a big square clearing that looks like it was once like an ancient city. It's mostly like built out of the ruins of this city. There is a big stone kind of pyramidal structure in the center, and these stone walls kind of outlining the entire thing, and then smaller stone buildings and smaller stone pyramids with these kind of long dried reflecting pools in between things. It's like somebody just like built a city inside of the ruins of an ancient one.
I guess when you have this little land, you make do with what you have. Interesting way of doing it, though.
And it looks like that giant central pyramid just has a whole bunch of like small clusters of people just kind of like living on and in it.
Interesting place.
And there is just kind of at the top of it, just like a set of hoppers that you guys can just kind of land amidst.
Yeah.
Well,
Find someone and ask where Hassan is. If
He
he's
is
here.
in that central pyramid at one point, so he does just kind of find you guys. Ah! Welcome back. Well, welcome here for the first time, I suppose.
Yes. Here to deal with your statue problem.
Oh, very good. Yes. I cannot tell you much, but there have been some people who have gone out into the jungle to find resources or hunt, and they disappeared for a number of days, and they hobbled back to town as these statuified zombie things trying to scratch people. One of the people that got scratched got turned into one of them as well.
Oh, that's a little more than just turning into statues, huh?
But yeah, they're turning to stone monsters.
Oh.
The people are calling them the Stone Cursed. I don't know exactly what is happening.
That's not fantastic. Alright.
It really isn't.
I have
Well-
stopped sending people out, but we are going to run out of food and materials if we don't keep hunting and... Well,
Do you have any alchemists here?
a few.
Here. I'll send him 20 golds worth of the blood grass. Work with that for right now. Should provide some sustenance for your people.
Oh,
What
good.
those Do.
Well, stay sharp out there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just south into the jungle?
Pretty
That's-
much. I don't know much more about than that. As far as we know, there is nothing specific out there, but something is. I imagine it will find you, or you will find it soon enough.
Fun. Alright.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully see you by, like, the end of the day or something.
Hopefully, yeah. And hopefully you have killed or removed whatever it is that is doing this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's alright. We're always successful in our endeavors.
Hmm.
I am happy to hear it.
Right,
So-
well, let's head out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you have something, Cinder?
No, I was just going to be snide. Carry on.
That's alright, you can let that out. Alright, well, I don't know how to track where this would be coming from. But feels like we should be quiet about our approach.
Do we want to use the spell, my ability, or are we gonna wait?
Oh, yeah, sure. Or maybe once we get out a little bit.
Okay. You let me know when.
How long does it last?
An hour, I believe.
Oh,
So.
well, it's not a very big island, right?
I mean, it's decent size. It's not huge.
Okay.
It's maybe 60 miles tip to tip.
Walk for a little bit, see if we get any sort of trail, and then
Go from there.
part way through, throw up the past laboratories.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You guys
Did
can
he
make.
give us any indication of like
He didn't know.
So yeah.
South.
how?
Start south. We go look.
Okay, you guys can make survival checks as you require.
Cool.
Somebody
Can I
want to help?
Yeah.
Oh!
Can I help some?
You can help someone, yeah. Not Milson,
Dick.
because she already rolled.
Wow.
Okay. You can find these sort of statuified remains of bits of people that look completely unhinged. Like there are palm trees that they've like clawed at until their hands bled up and they fell apart at their base. There are animals that they are sort of caught in their grasp that they also turned to stone. Like somebody, you see there's like a wild boar that somebody like got one of these cursed people got like in a fight with and then turned it to stone while it was like in the middle of goring them, and then just leaves these strange remains.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but I feel like if I am touched by this at all, I will be cursed.
Well, I don't want to alarm you, but you are touched by almost everything we encounter.
Oh,
And you walk for a couple of hours until it gets to nearing sundown, when you all pass through this line of trees and you feel like the air just kind of shifts a little bit, becomes a little bit less damp and a little cooler. And you find yourselves facing this large, ruined temple.
That looks appropriately ominous.
It sure
Probably where it's
does.
gonna be.
quiet.
Looks like the place.
Oh yeah.
Oh, quiet time.
Now it's quiet.
Oh yeah, it's quiet.
Okay.
I don't know if
Alright.
anybody can see that. It just looks like it's black to me.
Oh, no, I see.
This is working on it.
Yeah. It'll take a second.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
For us.
Oh no. No.
It's funny because I can only see my token and then all of Rush's steps.
Some of it was me moving you as well, because apparently it gives me that power. And oh, never mind. That's go away.
The map isn't loaded on my other screen yet.
That's
Fantasy
fine.
Grounds is angry on.
Yeah.
Mm.
Please hold.
That's because
Your
there's
call is
a
very
lot
important
of
to
dynamic
us.
lighting.
Yeah. I went a little overboard on it.
I can see that.
I had fun.
Mm.
Yeah, my second instance of Fantasy Grounds is a chuggin'.
Yeah.
I'll just pull this one back up for the time being. Well, anyway, those of you who can see it, just a
Mhm.
big temple that kind of looks like some of the ones that you saw in the city back there.
All right. Shall I turn it on now?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's the time.
Okay. I cast Pass Without a Trace.
Okay.
I'll put that effect on myself. Shall we move in?
Do you want to front door or
Oh, I got it.
peruse?
Maybe a little perusing. A little stealthing and then a little perusing. Where am I?
Underneath Celeste.
See.
Yeah, I can't see anyone else on my map, so it's kind of fun.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah, your map is interesting. You have no other people or color.
Very
Right.
cool. Very rad.
Alright, well.
Shall we go?
I will follow the stealthy man.
I'll look at the rest of the screen.
You can do that.
Follow me.
Oh, it chugs when you move.
Yep. I was like, everything's fine.
All
I
right,
was
so
like, oh,
dynamic
no.
lighting is perhaps
Yeah,
a no.
yeah.
Or
It
at least-
looks nice.
At least this much of it. Because, man, there do be a lot of angles right now.
It's true.
Yeah, that might be it.
I might be able to make that a little bit better. I might just not be able to do a damn thing though.
You asked it to load, and it was like, I will. But this is all I will do for you.
I'm just
Well-
gonna get rid of some of the smaller ones.
Well- Shall we sell? Or
Oh, yeah.
You guys can make some stealth checks, yeah.
Should I have the spirit out and have him follow us as quietly as he can manage?
I'm gonna give
Yeah,
myself some
indeed, so-
guidance.
Case of fuckery? How bad is his stealth?
Yeah, well, good thing.
you got your plus?
Ah, spirit.
What the hell?
I'll have the
Yeah.
spirit out and he can walk around with us. He has the same stealth as me.
Oh my
Well,
god.
that's good thing, because we're
Good
not
thing
doing
I
so
got
hot.
that 40 for us to even out the odds.
Yeah.
Can
I mean, good thing we have
Matt, I
plus
offer
10 to
you-
these.
can I offer you a 4 in this trying time?
I wish.
As always, cleric go clonk clonk clonk.
Yeah,
Clonk,
yeah.
clonk, indeed. And so does fire,
Yeah,
Celestial.
apparently.
apparently.
Walks into the pillar there.
I'm trying to get rid of some of the smaller details.
We're trying to move subtly, and Rook's like, "This man is literally made of fire. Why did you bring him?
Why is he loud?
Look how bright he is. What do you? You can't hide that."
Would you put the thing away?
No, when we get attacked, I want him to burn them. You know it's a when, not an if.
I know. That's the purpose. I know.
I think it's getting a little better.
It is a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm deleting all of the unnecessary detail that I put into this.
I am sorry for your wasted effort.
You know,
I'm sure it looks nice.
it'd be like that sometimes, you know. It's getting faster for me, so.
I'll just
Asking
come up
everybody to
here.
render all that.
I'll just look towards Good, Celeste, Cinder. Right. You both have good perception, right?
Yes.
Just, do you hear anything?
Eh?
You do not.
Fantastic.
You're clear.
Okay, well, here I go.
Definitely 100% how that works.
You do see something on that central raised platform in this room. There is what looks like a dead creature of some kind. Let me see if I can find a picture of it.
Dead thing.
And there is
Oh.
Ooh.
there is a figure
Terrible,
sitting,
disgusting dead thing.
sitting over it, just like picking at it.
Is it made? Is the dead thing now made of rock?
No.
Oh,
No, this figure that's leaning over it seems to have a lute on his back and just kind of sandy blonde hair off to one side,
That guy!
just
kinda
kind
like-
of like from the
picking at it.
corners. Hey, hey,
Yes, hello.
what the fuck is that? What do you?
Oh, I don't know, but it's dead. You can
Yeah,
come around.
Have you
It's fine.
seen? Okay.
The rest of your
Yes.
friends can come too, or you can just have a little one-on-one chat with me, since I think it's your turn.
Yeah, I guess it is. Have you seen stone people around?
Oh yes,
Where?
I believe they're originating from here somewhere.
Not very specific.
But this place doesn't originate from here, though.
Are the stone people why you're here too?
Partially, yeah. Mostly, this temple is why I'm here. This temple
Why,
doesn't
what does it
belong here.
do?
It's not from here.
Are we talking like pre-ascension or something?
It's just not
Oh.
from here. It wasn't here until about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, what? Huh.
Right?
Okay.
Very strange indeed.
Did it-
Wait a second.
Did it look
Oh no.
like it fit the terrain? This temple, like
Not
was it-
really.
Okay,
And
it's not
as
like
as you
overgrown
noticed, there was a
or-
slight change in the weather as you approached as well.
Right.
Weird.
So perhaps from a different plane or something.
Something like that. Yes, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's what I've been gathering last night, actually.
Can I
All
go
right, well,
Can I go take a look at the goopy thing that he's poking at?
Yeah.
Does it look like some of the weird incursions that
Yup.
were happening below? This is
Aberrant.
aberrant.
Yes. Yes, it is.
great.
And
I see shit like this down below all the time.
quite disgusting, as a matter of fact.
They all
Oops.
are.
It's true.
So I'm sorry, we seem to keep on running into it. Well, our group seems to keep on running into you.
Yeah.
Should we call you something? Are you
You can call it whatever you like.
on our side?
I think so.
Can we have your name? If I tell you my name honestly?
I know your name, honestly. That's not going to really... That's not much of a bargain for me. My name's
I
not
mean-
important. I could tell you anything. You wouldn't know if it was true or not. I am a friend. Friend to you all, and thus a friend of this world.
Can I take out my little notebook?
Yeah.
Are you the person this was talking about? Or do you know whose this is?
I did meet him.
So you are the bard guy that he was talking
Probably. I made lots of people.
Don't
When-
imagine you know how we could get to Panacea.
Hmm. No, that's a question that you'll not answer for a long time.
Great.
But it does tie things together in a nice sort of way, doesn't it? Everything seems to
imagine
come
back.
it will.
Listen, I don't expect to get any answers out of you because it seems like that's just your thing. But I am curious as to you know a lot, but yet you definitely have been investigating oddities that's been popping up. So give us a
Well, I
ballpark of like
suppose
what
I-
you might be
Suppose I owe you all this much anyway. I come from far away. And I have a vested interest in the well-being of this place.
This place being
The
larger
Skybound
than
Lands.
this temple, I assume. Yeah, okay.
Why?
There's a lot of good people here, and a lot of good people who are going to die unless certain things are done to help them. And I know what that looks like, but I don't exactly yet. I know what it looks like if they don't get help. I've seen that. And I don't want to see it again.
When did you see that?
I see it every day. It's complicated.
Sounds like the eye bullshit.
Sort of. Sort of, yes. I'm familiar with the eye. I am a traveler and a purveyor of oddities. And the place that I come from has fallen far. And this place could do the same if it's not prevented. It already was, once or twice. But certain things, once they're in motion, they're difficult to turn back around. Somebody found a way to do it. And I'm very curious as to how he did.
As am I.
We're on the same team. Rook.
That'd be great.
I know your father.
Do you know where he is?
Aye.
Oh?
He's at home.
Dressler?
In a manner of speaking.
What the fuck does that mean?
He's at my home.
Well, what does that mean?
Not on this plane.
Not quite, no.
It is. It is on a conflux plane.
It's complicated. And quite frankly, not something that you need to worry about right now. You need to worry about the ladder. You need to worry about Benjamin Tarstack. You need to worry about the Blackmires, but you don't need to worry about Isaac. He's doing just fine. And you'll see him again. I'll make sure of that.
Okay.
I don't really know you. So
I do enjoy the bafflement. I've always enjoyed the bafflement.
Listen, it's just a.
Do you think you can trust me, though?
I don't know.
I think you do.
Seems fine to me.
I have a different sort of vision than the eye, but I do have some. And a lot of it comes from where I come from. Stems from that, but you're all on your different missions, and I've met you all, other than you. I met your friend Clifford.
Oh.
Both of them, actually.
Oh.
Both.
Uh-oh. You met Evil Clifford?
Evil Clifford, indeed.
Is that the same one after something happened to him, or is that a different person?
It's a different person. And yet, it's not. It's complicated and weird and hard to explain. But we do have slightly more pressing matters to attend to at the moment. He kind of points down the hall, and you see this giant metal bull stamping and huffing and letting out this green mist.
Oh, sweet God.
What do you think? A little bit of sparring, friends? You see, he just kind of takes his loot off his back. I'll mind if I join you for this number.
Oh, I'm gonna be over here. And
Do your thing.
Do it. Go on.
And we'll go ahead and stop there.
Oh no!
A little bit of sparring, a little bit of survival.
Sure, yeah.
Hey, you can go spar. I'll be back here.
With it, sure. Yeah.
Just a 1-2 punch.
Oh, what?
And shoot.
I. What is it?
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and call that for that. We will be back in 2 weeks. No game next week. But we'll see you again on Cinco de Cuatro.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I guess so.
So yes, 2 weeks. Leave you in suspense. All right, gang. We'll see you around.
Thank you for coming. For those who do.
Yep.
Those who do.
Good night.
Such as they are.